Practice makes perfect. You have to be diligent about what you want. You have to apply yourself. You have to motivate yourself. And you have to do it for self, by yourself. And then you can do things for other people. practice makes perfect. You have to be diligent about what you want. You have to apply yourself. You have to motivate yourself. And you have to do it for self, by yourself. And then you can do things for other people.
Drummers.
We were kind of making headway, but the church would kill them if they knew what they were doing, right? Sort of people who study the phenomena won't talk to each other about it. They just won't. And so is that? It's really like Fight Club, that movie from the 1990s with Brad Pitt and Edward Norton. You've got this guy who starts this whole movement, right? And they don't talk about first rule of Fight Club. They don't talk about Fight Club. And with bow events, I found it again and again and again and again, and it was pervasive. So there's no longer a mixed college. It's a Fight Club.
suggesting that our governments indeed know more than they are telling. In recent years, a growing number of credible scientists and investigative researchers have been lobbying for the truth to be told. One of these advocates is Stanton Friedman, a top nuclear physicist who has worked for GM, GE, Westinghouse, Aerojet General Nucleonics, and McDonnell Douglas Aircraft. Friedman has published more than 90 UFO papers and has appeared in countless documentaries and hundreds of radio and TV programs, including Larry King.
What it really would take would be a Woodward and Bernstein who blew the lid off the political Watergate to blow the lid off the cosmic Watergate. The data's there. Quote General Bollinger, show the NSA and CIA documents. You can't deny the reality.
Jim Mars is the author of Alien Agenda, the top-selling non-fiction UFO book in the world. Mars began teaching a course on UFOs at the University of Texas at Arlington in 2000 and has since appeared on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, C-SPAN, as well as the Discovery, Learning and History channels.
Today, all you have to do is Google UFOs and look at the images, and you can't take a picture of an hallucination or a psychosis. So they're real. So the question now is, what is the alien agenda?
Stephen Bassett has been fiercely advocating the end of the 68-year government-imposed truth embargo regarding the ET presence. An executive of Paradigm Research Group, Bassett is the executive producer of the X Conference, the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure, and the Congressional Hearing Initiative.
We're facing potential for a massive renaissance in science and political reform, and none of that can happen because the governments of the world will not yet even acknowledge the existence of the ETs.
Kathleen Marden is known around the world for her work as an alien abduction ET contact researcher, author and lecturer. She is recognized as the world's leading expert on the Betty and Brian Hill abduction case and is the recipient of MUFON's 2012 Ufologist of the Year Award.
My research and the evidence and the scientific evaluation of that evidence has convinced me that this case is real and that it was being covered up by the government and by a small group of debunkers who wanted to make Betty and Barney look like poop.
Ron James is a prolific filmmaker and writer. He is author of the book Messiah Awakenings and has won many awards, including the EBE Award for ET-related films 4 times.
There are a lot of races throughout the universe, and that there's very, very many of them that are so far advanced beyond us that we probably can't even comprehend their technology or what they're capable of. And how we play into that, we don't know.
Patty Greer is one of the most devoted crop circle filmmaker researchers today, having produced 6 documentary films that have received prestigious awards. Greer's data brings metaphysics, ET technologies and science together to offer a clear understanding of this astounding phenomenon.
This is the most important story never told, how real this is on the planet, and the fact that all these people being well paid are being paid to not tell the truth. That's old paradigm. And all the money now is behind making sure that this information doesn't get out.
I'm not expecting there will be full disclosure. There are plenty of reasons for the government not to disclose what they do. Because if there weren't any technological stuff, why should the U.S. put it on the table for Russians and Chinese to put it on the table with them?
If you're waiting on a government official to hold a big press conference and say, okay, here's the truth about UFOs, you're going to be waiting a long time, okay? Because any government official that would admit to that and admitting that they've lied to us for 70 or 80 years.
We need to tell people the truth. That's disclosure. Now, once that's happened, I anticipate a year or two of intense engagement with the issue by everyone. And after about a year or two, I think the planet will be collectively ready, not for disclosure, but rather for open contact. I have a feeling open contact will follow.
We this year, we Earthlings, will spend $1 trillion on things military. $1 trillion. Thousands of children die every single day of preventable disease or starvation. Nationalism is the only game in town.
There's just too much to lose, too much water under the bridge.
I'm very involved in the disclosure process politically, and I do believe that it serves a very, very important purpose. And that purpose is to keep the pressure on.
If you're doing this work for clarity, you're going to bring a lot of truth to the public. The races of grays, and this is what I specialize in, are telling individuals that there is not going to be disclosure by them immediately.
In fact, I think we're undergoing a conditioning process right now through movies and TV and news accounts and sightings and abductions and crop circles, you name it. It's all around us, and more people are beginning to understand that this is a serious issue.
There is a program in the works so that we will be able to communicate with them and they'll be able to communicate with us.
I believe that there's kind of a plan to this that has been done before, and they have been helping drive the process. If they want self-disclosure, open contact with the follow.
What I believe is happening right now is that this political pressure is combining with all of the other different pressures coming from different places and the media to create an atmosphere where the knowledge is readily being distributed.
There will be a big discombobulation for the world.
It's possible they may lose their patience. If we drag this out long enough, they may be forced to do a force majeure disclosure event. There's a big difference between world governments announcing to their citizens the presence of extraterrestrials and providing information, and extraterrestrials forcing their reality on the world's people outside of government involvement.
I know of no government on this planet that wants its citizens to owe their primary allegiance to the planet instead of that individual government. So I'm not expecting full disclosure. I don't want to see it. I want the government to say, yes, we're being visited, we're holding these international conferences to deal with the psychological, religious, technological, etc. aspects of that.
Full disclosure is only going to come from them, okay? And think about it, all they got to do is cover over a city long enough for the news crews to get out and take footage, and then the game's up.
Over time, they think that we will evolve to the point where we can establish communication, but it is at some point in the future, it is not going to happen immediately, according to the reports that I've received. Telling the truth in times of universal deceit is a revolutionary act.
Look, the situation as we know it is this. There's an extraterrestrial presence that's probably been engaging us for a very long time.
Well, I think, yeah, when you consider the universe is billions of years old, and I think even the Earth is somewhere like 4 billion years old, it's pretty hard to believe that us who have recorded history of like 4,000 years are the beginning of intelligent life on the planet. There's a lot of evidence on the planet that indicates that very advanced civilizations have come and gone.
Because you can look at these places and see that it was too perfect for us to do with the tools and the technology that we had at the time. Therefore, what was the other element that gave us the ability to create these wonderful things if it wasn't some sort of intervention?
UFOs were real, not something fictional or imaginary, and I think that's beyond dispute today. When I was a kid, they said, well, it's just hallucinations or some kind of mass psychosis, and of course, today all you have to do is deal with UFOs and look at the images, and you can't take a picture of a hallucination.
There is an extraterrestrial presence. That's an absolute fact. It's not a theory. It's not a speculation. It's an absolute fact. Just because the government says, no, it's not, well, that doesn't change that. And besides, anybody that believes the government these days is foolish. And the government has known about this ET presence. That's an absolute fact.
They're concerned about the malevolence of certain human groups, and they are attempting to interfere or intervene in our evolution at this point in order to bring us to a point where we won't destroy ourselves because they're afraid that we might do that.
I think they're here for their purposes. One of them is probably to quarantine us. If you were an alien, would you want us out there? Military budget $1 trillion this year. In World War II, we killed 50 million people. We destroyed 1,700 cities.
And I think the alien agenda is to observe and try to help kick the human evolution up the evolutionary ladder in a covert manner so that we will hurry up and become part of the intergalactic community instead of wiping ourselves out with thermonuclear weapons.
Andromedans are one of 139 planetary systems that comprise the Interstellar Alliance. We are and have always been the watchdogs of the universe for nearly 2 million years.
On the other hand, let's not act as if we're their equals. I don't talk to squirrels in my backyard. I might say scat once in a while, you know. So we're not equals. People say, wow, they land on the White House lawn. The President of the United States does not speak for 7 billion Earth years. That's pretty darn clear.
The universe is at least 13, 14 billion years old. We have a young star. There were stars like ours and planets like ours billions of years before our star existed. So if life can develop on Goldilocks planets, which it does, there has been life in this universe going back billions of years before we existed. And so the idea that extraterrestrial civilizations have been engaging other planets and exploring the galaxy makes total sense. And so we very well have had extraterrestrial engagement going back as far as you want to go, even before this planet had a biosphere, maybe.
I think that they don't want us to kill ourselves, because if we do, we're going to destroy this beautiful planet as well. They use this planet too.
We have exploded 2,000 nuclear warheads on this planet, only 2 on people, thank goodness. We're not nice guys.
There seems to be a lot of circumstantial evidence that they have been here for thousands of years, but they seem to have stepped up their program. I don't know if they've done this in our past history, but they seem to have stepped up their program after we exploded atomic bombs. And they do say that they are very, very concerned about our behavior.
We have joined the community of planets that have learned that the major source of energy in the universe is nuclear fusion. All the stars produce their energy that way. That's new information. We didn't know that 100 years ago. That means also that you could use fusion to go out there. So I think aliens have every reason to be concerned about the idiots on this planet taking their brand of friendship out there. That's hostility by everybody else's definition. So I don't expect them to treat us like we're good guys, and the end. It's kind of talk. I don't think so. There's no question that the truth about flying saucers has been covered up. If you look at 156 NSA Umbra UFO documents, you can read 1 sentence per page. That's a cover-up. I've got a bunch of CIA top secret Umbra UFO documents. They're all blacked out except for a couple of words per page. That's a cover-up.
It's no longer about UFOs, and hasn't been for a long time. It's an acronym. It's a anachronistic non sequitur. It's a government-sponsored propaganda acronym, and it doesn't apply at all. It's about extraterrestrial craft, and extraterrestrial engagement.
I'm not sure our government is in a position to negotiate policy with any of these species. I'm pretty sure that if there's been some sort of interaction, it hasn't been a negotiation. It's been more like, this is how it is, and you're just going to have to deal with it.
We have the facts that were enunciated by Air Force General Harold Bollinger, who was asked what should we do about Project Blue Book after the University of Colorado recommended it be closed. Ostensibly the only UFO group the government was mixed up with. And in a memo he wrote, which resulted in the closure of Project Blue Book, he said reports of UFOs which could affect national security are not part of the Blue Book system, which is an incredible statement. 2 paragraphs later, he said, if we close Blue Book, the public won't have a place to report UFO sightings. However, as previously noted, reports which could affect national security will continue to be investigated using the procedures designed for that purpose. I located General Bollinger 10 years after he wrote the memo, so I found out about it. Talked to him, suggested, it sounds like we're talking about 2 separate communication channels. The important ones, the government-related ones, and I just had a case, I said, like, a saucer going down the runway at a SAC base where nuclear weapons are stored. By definition, that's a national security problem. Or routine, if my wife and I go out at the end of the driveway and see a saucer fly over, no big deal. And he agreed with that. 2 separate systems.
50% plus consensus, it's time to reveal this. But the military-industrial complex is not a democracy. It is not a vote. It is a much more complex system.
Because we need to understand that the only people with all the fancy equipment, I mean, I don't have my own radar system, for goodness sakes, the government does. Radar systems, gun cameras, other instrumentation on board aircraft, spy satellites, all this kind of stuff. That stuff's all boring classified. So it's not a conspiracy notion, it's the reality.
After that is a vast array of assertions, speculations, and theories that have varying degrees of probability effects. But we cannot assess that, or parse that, organize that, study that, because the government say there is nothing to study.
Look, there was a big explanation for Roswell, crash test dummies, stories about bodies. We were dropping crash test dummies all over the place. There are two major problems with that. None of them were dropped until 6 years after Roswell. And they were the same size and weight as pilots. By definition, they were checking on the ejection seats. They were 6 feet tall, 175 pounds, made out of wood, and in Air Force gear, clothing, because that affected the drag and heating as you drop them out of the airplane at a speed at a high altitude. So they got away with it. It's good enough for the New York Times. They bought it. The real problem is the failure of the press to do its job. It's a cosmic Watergate, and they're acting like it's Alice's teacup.
And any interstellar race could destroy this planet without really a lot of effort. We are like kindergarten children to them in terms of our ability to, quote, fight.
What if there's way more to the picture? What if there is a series of different alien races that all have a different agenda? And what if we really have no control over what our outcome is going to be?
We know that there could be hostile entities out there who have malevolent intentions toward us and toward, maybe not toward the planet, but they may want our planet for their own use.
Bollywood blockbusters, as well as independent films, have long capitalized on the public's interest in the UFO phenomenon. Richard Lowry's film utilizes actual case studies and depicts a looming alien invasion. His earlier film, Destination Mars, is a parody of the 1950s flying saucer movies, but subversively conveys the message that mankind's quest for destructive weaponry could result in our own annihilation by an alien race. The final speech from the alien leader proclaims this very clear warning.
I have studied the Earthlings for many eons, from their pre-evolutionary stages to their final hour. And it is this gain of knowledge which has enabled all other planetary civilizations the proper tools for adopting indomitable minds for thought and feeling, rather than with impulse. It was only a matter of time until it stumbled upon an atmosphere of great light. But what the foolish Earthlings did not realize was our power and control of their world, from their floods, their fires, to their earthquakes, and even to their solar eclipse.
The elderly subject of Lowry's documentary, The Wixborough Incident, also sends the warning that aliens have been coexisting with us for decades, and the small town in Texas where he and his comrades constructed a device that could detect who was human and who wasn't, was erased from existence.
Well, I think that the government had to cover up the existence of the town, had to cover up all of those deaths. So therefore, they came in and they bulldozed over, they just flattened that sucker right.
When the documentarians travel to Texas and locate the man's secret underground workstation, they are suddenly pursued by men in black, leading to the subject's on-screen assassination by a sniper.
And number one thing that would protect us from, I would say, the outlier, the rogue threat, would be an alliance with those entities and civilizations which have no intentions of allowing them to happen, which may very well be a reason why this process is underway right now. What protects a small country in this world right now from being invaded by a larger country? Alliances between that smaller country and more powerful countries that don't want to see that kind of behavior.
I believe they're here. I think they're among us somewhere, and I think they're scouts. See, I don't think they're here to invade America or invade the world yet. They're scouting us right now. And someday, when they finally do it, they're coming here in droves. I mean, millions are going to come here, and they're taking over.
Whatever your reason is for coming here, understand, we have no intention nor interest in keeping you alive.
So I'm dead either way, right?
Correct. No one will be spared.
Why?
Earth's position in the solar system provides us with a strategic and tactical advantage.
Robert, the human role in the universe is inconsequential.
That may be so, but we have a right to exist.
Only if we allow it.
And we don't.
But there is a mythos that says that there's like a reptilian species that's out there that has been instrumental in our genetic engineering, and that their end is not really something that's going to be copacetic that we like to see happen.
If a major threat from another star system would occur and we did not have protection from other star systems, we would be screwed. The government put that kind of stuff out in the early days in order to persuade people to just avoid the issue. Meaning, maybe it's true, but everybody would go insane, so don't bother. It's all bullshit. It's all propaganda. We could have handled the ET announcement in 1947. We just went through a world war with 40 million people killed. We had millions of men overseas. We did unbelievable sacrifice. And so we're going to fall apart because we learned there's extraterrestrials in the world in 1947. I don't think so.
There's a lot of people with different opinions as to why the government will not disclose. But there's several that resonate with me, and again, it's just my opinion. And I think that the first one is that even though we say that we're ready as a society, I really don't think we are.
See, the truth is not what creates panic. It's lies and falsity that creates panic. So that is another red herring that was used to justify the minds of people staying out of the situation.
When Orson Welles aired his War of the Worlds radio show, it sparked such chaos and fear in the public. It's been theorized that that's one reason why the government said we better not reveal this information because it could cause widespread panic and it could cause an entire meltdown.
We can hold a radio show that was a scripted show and put out a statement that this is just a script, right? But unfortunately, we didn't do it enough, and not enough people heard it. And it was about a major virus outbreak in California, and hundreds of thousands of people were coming down sick, and we generate a mass panic. Does that mean that the American people can't deal with the concept of a pandemic flu? No. That was a radio show that ended up being people thought was true and it wasn't. In other words, it wasn't the truth, it was false.
I don't think anybody would panic, believe it or not. I think they panicked back in the day, but we're sort of gotten used to the UFO syndrome, if you will. And if they landed on this planet today, we might try to be friends with them. You know what I mean? And I think that's probably what would happen. I don't think anybody would panic.
The Phoenix Lights, the Stephen Bill flyover, all of this is conditioned. It's the same thing we did with a Stone Age tribe that we found down in the Amazon basin. Instead of rushing in the clothes and the Bibles and, hey, vote for me, they cordoned off the area and kind of quarantined it, not to keep them in, but to keep others out. And then a team of anthropologists slowly allowed themselves to be seen. They're seen on the hillside, and then they're seen across the clearing. And they slowly acclimated these people to the idea that they were there, and they weren't been meaning harm. And then eventually they made contact with them. And this is the same type of conditioning process we're undergoing right now.
Well, it wasn't completely ignored. It was in the newspaper several months after it happened. Well, what they did was lie. They switched, bait and switch. They changed the time, and they're talking about airplanes, military planes dropping flares. It was in the wrong part of the sky. There were, as you say, a lot of witnesses. And it was at the wrong time. But they got away with it because the press isn't doing its job.
And you know something? Religion has been around for thousands and thousands of years. It's very resilient, and I doubt there's anything the extraterrestrials would show us that would significantly reduce the religious observance of this planet. It's time for us to expand our thinking, expand our understanding.
There's patents for tunnel digging equipment that were put together years and years and years ago for giant tunnel boring machines capable of just drilling through anything for huge amounts of miles in very short periods of time. And those patents were formed, and then these machines supposedly never made it into production, but we know that they possibly exist.
Underground secret bases, otherwise known as DUM, deep underground military bases. Yeah, they're there. And I've seen the specs and the pictures of the giant boring machines that they have that can just cut right through heavy rock and reduce it within minutes. A tunnel is big enough to drive an 18-wheeler through. And so, yeah, these bases exist. Now, what exactly they'll be used for, if they'll ever be used, that's another question.
First, I was speaking about only one aspect. The fact is, that the number of craft have been in the hands of the U.S. government for decades, being extensively studied with billions of dollars, primarily in underground facilities, where they are trying to re-engineer it and achieve weapons and what have you.
And I went to this place called Nordhausen, which was a vast underground base where they still had some of the U-2 engines, and the Russians had just put some rocks in there and left it, where you could see the technology from Petamunda and the V2, the V3, the V4, and I believe that technology moved so fast, I almost believe there might have been some help from some other people not of our world.
There's been a lot of talk about maybe mixed human-alien partnerships working in some of these underground bases, such as the one that was reportedly in Dulce, New Mexico. That is in my hump. I go, huh. Okay. I've heard enough to suggest that there may be something to all that, and yet I've not seen hard enough evidence to just say conclusively, yes, they exist and that's happening.
That's one of those areas where we do have 100% certainty. We have a lot of evidence and a lot of some first-hand, second-hand testimony that implies underground facilities. But we know that they have that. They built underground facilities as part of the Cold War.
We actually drove up to the Dulce base to get some establishing shots up there. So we started driving up toward the Archway Mesa, which is where the base is. We were being followed, and we all became a little bit unsettled and a little concerned that we were getting ourselves into something that could get us in trouble. So we got out of there.
The question is, do we have underground facilities devoted to the extraterrestrial question? And there is evidence for that. The issue of the relationship between extraterrestrials and technology, terrestrial technology, is a very interesting conversation. It became a significant matter when Philip Corso wrote his book, where he stated matter-of-factly that he was in charge under General Trudeau at the Foreign Technology Desk in trying to sprinkle some of the ideas obtained from examining the Roswell craft.
If we've recovered alien craft and we've back engineered technology, then we really don't want to put it out that we have this and that we know about it. And sadly, that's a detriment to the advancement of collective human civilization.
Which is to say that if in fact the United States government has mastered the ability to tap into ground state fields and is sequestering that technology, it is criminal, because the availability of that technology will transform this planet, save hundreds of millions of lives, and solve a great deal of our most difficult problems. And so every day that the truth embargo continues and that technology is sequestered, people are dying because of it. So in their attitude is, well, yeah, now some people are going to die, but we still want another 20 years of secrecy. Well, tell that to the people that are suffering. And we know too much now. It's too much out in the open. So now the blood is on their hands. We are paying a fortune for energy. People are dying because they can't afford water, food. We're polluting the environment, killing people with cancer. And they are sitting on transformative energy that might mean 1 cent on the dollar. Plus, we have evidence that we have the fact reverse engineered magnetic propulsion, and we have our own saucers.
don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
And flying saucers.
and Flying Saucers.
I'm
Now-
sorry, Area 51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. Like I told you last night when we went out to dinner, I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I had put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, you know, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, you know, built this 200-mile-an-hour, you know, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you know, you could hear it from, you know, a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. You know, fast forward to years later, I'd moved out to Las Vegas and had, you know, left Los Alamos and, you know, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. You know, I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, you know, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. You know, it's going to be some days on, some days off, and you know, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, you know, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, that whole area was, there's giant chunks of Nevada that people...
Yeah, there's big piece in Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry. And we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was...
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together, and then
yeah, you have that.
each other?
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
And you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
Then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
Dude, what were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into, many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, they have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to say if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them. Whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or, or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So, although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on, but I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me, and I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
geez.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say what how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room, you see this reactor working, you realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. You know, the rest of the time it was really an ominous feeling being at work, but at that time it was exciting. I mean, this was, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science, and I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. You know, this was a fantastic opportunity, and however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about, and the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, you know, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, you know, putting it back into Victorian times, you know, with the scientists of the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, you know, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, you know, in some respects, we were guinea pigs just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you're surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's throw a bomb at it.
Yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're
I
giving
really
you
don't know.
instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you direction, they're showing you all the stuff. Like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
But they
I
never
was really,
told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, you know, turned on, and what was discovered. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You told me I was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I? Eventually, they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there is no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panel. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
That you could see.
Yeah, it just became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking.
No asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent, and you realize it's still there, but you now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have
seen that in
smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science, because science is based on free discussion. And ideally you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck, that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication information that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat? Was there?
There were 3 seats. They sat around. The reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
And
there's-
that's all. There was a large. They're not consoles. They're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights. There's
and
no
they look
control.
the same color, the same.
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I
it's
think
fairly-
that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How were they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all.
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I
You
don't
don't know.
I could only assume.
Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. You would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
He's still there.
yeah, who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh, I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think actually I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So, what kind of reports did you have to give? So you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information and then he took it to wherever they were assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No,
No?
no, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at McCarran Terminal, and we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that you don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was that what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially, any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power, and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields, and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small, so the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on? Because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. The corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers were you doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with the radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out at the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air, and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending, gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they
Yeah.
didn't bother explaining to you.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high-performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high-performance test. The high-performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prize item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like
Right.
that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays. And that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the, security clearance process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and are a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And like, you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, you know, one of the high performance tests. And, you know, it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And this video
crazy.
of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, you know, a bright light jumping around. But, yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's...
But is
you know,
your
it's got-
video specifically available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it
I can-
online?
yeah.
Do you
I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I showed clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting. Just take a look at how.
Hold this microphone on two faces. Keep about a fist from your face.
All right. You know, to see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camcorders. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agreed. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of like the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around. And there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about this?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would you look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video of Bob Lazar. And the guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and you know, everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something you have now.
No.
In terms of like a human piloted craft. And I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. You know, we were waiting for something, you know, to happen. The craft took off, and it came flying at us, stopped, you know, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, you know, after it did some, you know, amazing stuff to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there; it just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and I said, "What is this?" I said, "Take a laser pointer, and then have a wall, and then move it around the wall. Like, you know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere."
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being encased its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it, and you know, this is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this. And, you know, on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the 3rd time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, you know, I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly
Grill,
imagine.
start tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
Again, you're in your 20s.
yeah, and you know what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of the vehicle, and just for some reason we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that I don't remember what we were saying, but you know, that something about attacking the base or something along those lines, and stealing the craft or something like that.
So crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. You know, we turned the lights on, and all these guys were there. So it was,
Wow.
yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have. It
So
was stupid.
when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, you know, they sat me down and we said, you know, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? You know, and it just being sarcastic and trying to. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, you know, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, you know, her friend were talking about. And I don't know, it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
Because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Yeah, now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted. You know, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, you know, told him some of the story, because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found out.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens, yeah, to really make a long story short, what happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, hey Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up? Did they try to label you as crazy? Was there...
There were a lot of things that happened, you know, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115. Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I.
What is the problem?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie. People thought it
the
was
movie's
made up.
great, by the way.
Thanks, John.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me who, you know, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And like, you're like, okay.
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show. Well, no, it's no. Yeah, well, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and you know, in some ways I can relate to some of these people. You know, maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and if all their friends think they're crazy, but hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me. Come on, Bob, you gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you.
Right.
I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever, and but some of them are just fucking batshit crazy, and
Yeah.
they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. So there's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people, even on the show, say, oh, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk to him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with the spherical orbs. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw it down so we can consider a story a little differently, more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced with the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program. Who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
What are you talking about? Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Right? So she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're
aerospace.
describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, all of it, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with UFO topic. It's the people.
When
you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything.
Mm-hmm.
I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts Not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
And not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely. And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity is a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, they detected gravity waves. That was,
Who is they?
you might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah.
What is?
But they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected.
That there are such things as
Here it
gravity
is.
waves.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, and it was announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dum, dum, dum. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories matched the predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole.
Well,
Yes.
No.
He was
in the 80s, the predominant theory was gravity is produced by graviton.
Okay.
Theoretical particles. But they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
So the thought is that the way we experience gravity is based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and
So-
it's just a product of gravity. But if you can if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time, you can have force fields, all that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave, and we're as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet. We're still, in many ways, in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, we might be talking about something that's a million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it really irks me like every night I go to sleep that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But, by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually, this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world's going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every...
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking and
What
wondering.
is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo, is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human volunteers.
No, that's not it. Yeah. So, Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document's from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see, my history's pretty good with like saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things that's vindicating, besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get Special Access Program access to all of these different things, like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple of orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owns Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere, they tuck it away, and then they bring it back out 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock when we really can't figure it out, it's just put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on
Yeah, there has to be some people that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they because the government is just so leaky. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company, something?
I don't know. Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the in the conversation. Yeah.
So they still have these things, supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on
Have
that
you
at all.
ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
Could be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah, that's a freak out right
Yeah.
there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? You know, that they have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Well, Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah,
River
yeah, the
record?
one you told me, yeah.
Yeah, I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, so this is where they meet at EG&G. This is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
Who
I...
recorded this conversation?
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002?
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably
in the
make a lot
military.
more money from Viagra.
They probably do.
than UFOs too.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million, and really it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there
Right,
with Duncan.
yeah,
We interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It was very, very interesting.
Totally. I mean, if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, you know, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military studies, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and you know, he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the emphasis was, but at some point George wanted to air it, and he said, you know, you make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, hey, this is important stuff, people have to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, you know, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, you know, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, you know, today's the day, we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it. I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned to the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on, and then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. They said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
just wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who are not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most, important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's
Right.
two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of...
Even if they
military
weren't, it's a
folks.
crime
Yes.
that they're not telling the
Yes.
rest of us.
I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think
beyond us.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us, that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best?
Well, let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains. And I just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah.
Who's gonna win America's
No,
Got
that's
Talent?
not gonna happen.
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself, even though
Right.
you've got
What
these.
do you say? If you want to run a government, you want to get people to pay their taxes.
But there's something else.
Yeah.
So
What do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? And you have something else.
Well, not only that, what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's
Exactly.
mainly the technology. They
That's-
just want to keep the technology secret because if
Military.
there's, yeah,
Whoever
yeah.
gets this
There's
wins, dude.
Yeah,
They win.
you
Right.
control where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can
Right.
force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there, there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was,
I don't know what the dates
Yeah,
were.
when was that?
when did that, was that?
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates on that.
So it's
paper.
roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We're talking about Russia, not Germany. We're talking about Russian scientists.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some
it,
of them.
at some point there was intense
collaboration
cooperation.
with
I mean,
Russia.
even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and, EMP tests and stuff like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s, they were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So you
And
got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies that were there.
The commies.
Yeah, the commies. And
That was back when they were the commies. right?
yeah,
The
yeah,
Cold
they
War.
were real commies. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there, it happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours, you guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is, I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants, I don't care who you have running your hive, I'm just gonna study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them. That's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean, and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface
You're thinking
of
about
the
the
water.
2004 Tic Tac Nimitz
Yeah.
case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coal under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie? What is it?
Yeah, this is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either?
No, so that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all actual. I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover
The
for
amount of
11
time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out, and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast. Right, 2015. West Coast, 2004 was the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, But the USO, unidentified submerged object, that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I mean, these guys were watching this thing. But, you know, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves
So
away
it
at
would
high
be like
speed.
a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right, right. I mean, it may lift up, land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave,
Flips up.
flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver, and it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right, but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same powers. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you know, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are. If not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. They might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know. Right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine,
Right.
and go to an internal combustion engine, and then, you know, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we
Right.
came in. You know, the binary, if the stuff is true about the origin of the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or, you know, whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So,
Right.
you know, who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically. If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, like, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, or is it Boston Dynamics that the company
You
that's
can
making
make
robots? Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that, you know, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are, you know, that people call the grays.
Yeah.
Is like, they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is like, not
Well, they
so
could just
far
be
off.
synthetic life.
Synthetic
They don't
life,
even need
yeah.
to be,
Right.
you know, machines. I
Well,
mean,
they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them, assume these people aren't liars
Right.
or crazy or whatever.
Right.
They have no sex organs, and that they don't seem to have any muscle. They're just almost like a frame.
Right.
And they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of, you know, ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see
It's
a
almost
clear
like-
progression
yeah.
of evolution
Yes.
too, where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because
Yes.
it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's
Right.
no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of, you know, physical evolution.
Right. Well, that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. They're human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucers when I heard Bob Lazar talk about flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like, none of them are alike. You know, there are the saucers, but you got cigar shape, you got, you know, the top hat shape, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things like we've used different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell, and he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, you know? And that's
well,
why...
they seem, if you think about what an alien is in terms of our the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the third kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
Right.
And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before, and there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and a lack of need for violence, and we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." You know, that one day we...
Okay.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites. Because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G.
Right.
What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you'd say, what does this species do? Well, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same
Right.
fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you do?
Constantly.
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become...
It's already happening.
Yeah.
Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast, that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
It's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? that
Well,
go on
right,
your wrist?
right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But
Yeah.
you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do. About the integration between humans and technology. That's
What would you do if you were a hyper-intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper-intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy
I'm
theory.
asking.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way conspiracy theorists would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way. because so many people work so hard to get new things, and like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly.
I gotta poke the bear here a little bit.
Get some more liquor in you.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems, that there were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think, we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a, not as a, well, it was part of a weapon
And
program.
how are you informed in this? about
These
this?
again were just those small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation in that.
It could
gravity
be
propulsion.
because
Yeah.
gravity affects time, space time. I'm sure you've heard of that, and what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But my point was that, well, one of two things: either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a hot highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it, because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
Yeah, we don't know.
the cycle time.
Nobody
already
knows. That's the whole thing.
Oh, so it cycles, like radar cycles? Like
Yeah,
sends
it
out
doesn't.
beam
It doesn't sweep, but
Right,
I mean,
it's like
it
it turns-
scans.
yeah,
It's
like
a
that
planar
antenna.
array, so it
Yeah.
just it scans around at random places.
That's a spy one does the really cool. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is though that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be.
Jeez.
And that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone,
Yeah.
like,
Well, wireless,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Well, I
simple
mean,
electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, but I mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
Right, that's what
yeah,
he's-
yeah.
that's what I'm talking
I mean, for
about,
other
yeah.
people who don't know what we're saying, he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky, and Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" Like, when anybody can just pull electricity out of the sky,
Can't meter it.
Yeah, they couldn't.
We had
meter
this
it.
talk in the
Yeah.
car ride over and trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah.
That I mean, who knows what would have happened in terms of
Yeah.
innovation had he been allowed to go forward with that?
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I mean, forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air, and yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even tested for operation. So it would
Maybe it would
destroy.
have fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. We'd have it'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. A civilization of the star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet, and they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that they
I think it's important that that actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
Whoa. And I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one that we've experienced.
Yeah, that's difficult.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and I mean, God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus. I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation, as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. And we have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales, and they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
You know, the only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to, that looked like a human could make, was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
You know, I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was, well, you know, if you take, you have a 6-pack of beer, and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that in the upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique, I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was the metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
Not even the slightest briefing. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people to discredit you was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos was someone got a list, a directory of the employees from the past, and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you. You never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? I mean, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But yeah, that was frightening. That was one of the first things I started. I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear.
It disappeared.
Yeah,
there was no record of you being.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was no record.
His mom tells me about that. Like, it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. You know, he's a real person. It's frightening for her.
But if the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth, you know,
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also, originally I told you, you know, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, you know, bring that back from the archives. And, you know, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos, so there was at least something there. but somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, "Look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people." And George went with me, and
And you
filmed
knew how to
inside there.
navigate the place. So you'd
Oh
obviously
yeah,
been-
and met people, and and
Los
so there was no
Alamos was
problem.
also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was
That
in Los
wasn't?
Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this was before fingerprint scanners and, anything of any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it, so you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on, and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they used that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out.
There's it right there.
Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hands on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And,
And everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit, it was science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Rogaway, and he had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that work within who, said only if you're in certain programs would we use this technology. It was kind of shit, actually. They didn't keep it for very long, the beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. In the movie, the first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps.
That was a great idea, the way you did it.
Thank you, man, because you know what, guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that, and that you get to see it, his actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah, so to me it has, personally. I get emails every day, and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used, and send me photos. I got a lot of photos by Danny Matz now.
Well, how they were used, right? They're not
how they were used, but I don't. The most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the Area 52 where they use them for Tonopah, one of the guys who will go on camera with me, he will do an interview with me. He was a technician for one of these, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for them. Now he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it was probably Tonopah. It's very separated, even on base, but yeah.
So there was that.
Yeah.
There is your education record. That was also, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places?
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in trouble.
They don't want to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. But what is that experience like, seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment
Well, it's
history?
frightening. It's absolutely
But
frightening.
it's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I want to say this publicly because I really have only said this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic.
Look,
I want people to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things from a hardline science perspective. You should
Absolutely.
be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous, because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just
It is.
deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy.
Yeah.
A lot of them to be lazy thinkers.
Sure.
Because they're always putting it into that box instead of going, instead of just separating their ego, they're playing a game. And the game is calling bullshit. I want to call bullshit, and I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah, that does.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, you know, all along this process, I found Dr. Krangle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist, Atlas and Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked with, why won't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working there. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have? Right?
Or even if they're not working there, they want to live their lives. Well, I mean, obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
Mike Thigpen, after 30 years.
Yeah, really, if you look at all the information on, you know, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable, it can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was
Mike Thigpen is, I mean, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the one of the guys that was
And this
used.
is a guy that you worked with.
He said he did.
Right.
And George Knapp, you know, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy wouldn't talk to me, ghosted him, totally ghosted him for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google Image Match through his children. I was able to find him after 30 years, and I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar, and what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'm gonna give it to you later, but that is real, that is actual. So
a handwritten note that says what?
You know, like,
this is new to me.
So when
when they do security clearances, they go through all your friends and family.
And they go to your friends, yeah. So this is to Bob, and I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing the security clearance for him, and even though I'm like the UFO guy, they did, you know, the FBI come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend, and they left a little card. And when my wife told them to get away, she didn't know who they were, they left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then it was a handwritten note, and his friend has it for him that you haven't seen in
oh my God,
2 decades. So if you're listening,
how come
friend,
you're telling me this now?
I don't know why I'm telling
What is
you
this
that.
card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's signature.
Oh, a card like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy, he does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it. And he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or into his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He was in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there like this. Just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name Bob said for 30 years, and the guy ghosted George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me, man. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why when you and me and Jeremy and George Knapp had that conversation on the phone,
yeah,
I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. I really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you've said today, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out, all these really high-level people in the military and the government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in the 1980s when this came out.
fuck yes. You can't
Different
ignore his
world.
story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important you come out and refresh the world's memory and let people know. And like I said, I don't want to say I'm a fan of yours, but I guess I'm a fan of yours. As a human being, I'm a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. I mean,
No
I have,
kidding.
I have VHS tapes.
Bob,
of-
like a lot of the world has.
yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, anybody
You don't
that
get it.
has any sort of a vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story, because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens, they shot my hand off. Like, there's a bunch of like wacky dudes. They're underground, there's bases, they're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they're moving at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic, they seem crazy, they might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward though now. It's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell his story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell his story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. They'll come forward to you, to me, they're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
Just don't come forward to me.
no, don't come forward
Leave
to
alone.
Bob.
Leave
Why
alone, you
were you?
freaks.
Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like so upset. Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like, did this?
Well, why are you asking him why? It's
Because
obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted.
I just
They've
wanna
erased
hear-
his birth certificate.
I just want to
What
hear
do
him.
you wanna hear from him?
I want to hear him say. I want them to
Why
hear
do I
him.
have to say that?
You
Joe
don't.
just said
We
it.
get it.
I step out.
Okay.
Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you to get him here, you know, and I
It was hard
appreciate.
for us.
Yeah. Wow, you did a
Well,
lot more than me.
what really annoys me are the people that think, you know, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, you know, attention. And
That's a
look,
good point. So
look,
please explain that. You've
First
never
of all,
made any
I don't
money
get
off of this.
any money out of this at all, and I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan. I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000s. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there.
It's like dirty money. He
I don't
doesn't
take,
want to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard, that you haven't profited off of this, and like you said, you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. But what you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
It happened exactly like I said it did, Jim.
I believe you. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out, and I mean, maybe you didn't understand what that cost would have been when you first initially came forward with the story, but over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great, and I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for all these people that would not have gotten this information, would not have really had this story any other way.
Well, thanks, Jim.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night. If anybody sounded the alarm that all this madness was gonna come to fruition in the real world, it's you, sir. You were the guy. Like, you were the one who was saying this is what's happening at Evergreen. And if you don't know, go Google it. Brett Weinstein Evergreen, and now it spills out into the real world.
Just like I said it was gonna.
You did.
I did. I
You
said
did.
It, I said it in several different places, and pretty clearly, you know, could have been a tiny bit more precision, but it was highly accurate.
You were highly accurate and often maligned and mocked.
Yep.
People didn't think it was a big deal. They think you're much ado about nothing. You're making a big deal about some kids that are voicing their opinions on things, but what you recognized early on was that there was an authoritarian aspect of it, a forced compliance aspect of it that's very dangerous.
Yeah, it's all about force, and you know, I've started to get calls in the last week or two. The people who mocked me and others, including you, for making too much of what appeared to be college kids going wild on college campuses. Some of them have started to call and say, "I got it wrong. What do we do now?" And actually, I appreciate those calls and those contacts, because really that is the question. If
Yeah, what
somebody's
do we
got a-
do now to pull it back?
Yeah.
How do you get the genie back in the bottle, or as Douglas Murray says, how do you put the brakes on this thing?
How do you put the brakes on this thing, indeed? Well, I have to tell you, I'm not optimistic. I think this is actually the people who are catching up to the fact that Evergreen has now spilled over into the world have not caught up to the fact that this is unstoppable at this point with the current configuration. The absence of leadership is going to prevent us from doing what we should do, and that means that the next set of predictions are far more dire.
What is your next set of predictions?
Well, I would say we are headed for a collision course with history. I mean, we're really staring at many scenarios that end in some kind of civil war. And while I do think it is still possible to avert that outcome, I don't know the name of the force that gets in its way. It's really troubling.
What do you think these kids want? Not just kids. What do you think the people that are facilitating chaos, what do you think they want?
Well, I think there's some danger in casting them as one thing, because I think we have several things fused together, and that until you understand what has joined forces with what, there's no way to answer the question.
All right, let's break it down.
Okay, so one thing that we're seeing is, and we really have to take this back a number of years to understand why it happened, but we are seeing Occupy 2.0. Now, I participated in Occupy. Originally, Occupy made a lot of sense. It was a complaint about the TARP program and Too Big to Fail, and the fact that the American public was not protected when those who had created the financial collapse were. And that was a legitimate gripe, and it was also a legitimate gripe at the beginning of the Tea Party movement. Occupy then morphed into an anarchist movement that was just simply hostile to civilization, and it became absurd. And so when I say this is Occupy 2.0, this is the anarchist version of Occupy that has now reemerged, and it has fused with Black Lives Matter, which, as I've said lots of different places, if Black Lives Matter just simply meant what those words imply, I'd be on board with it. It doesn't. It means a great deal more than that, and we're beginning to see that in the last couple of weeks, too.
What else do you think it means?
Well, let's put it this way. For some reason, it means abolish the police, which is possibly the stupidest proposal I have ever heard. And it's not like we haven't seen what happens when you do that.
Don't you think that that's just a fearful response to the obvious police brutality that we saw in Minneapolis? What's the best response? We have to do something. We need to defund the police. And then everyone's like, good job. Great first step at least.
Well, no. It's a dishonest presentation, and I'm concerned that there is, as I've also said in many places, the proposals that are coming out of this movement are quite foolish. The strategy is incredibly smart. And so that is confusing to people, because when you hear folks in the street demanding that we abolish the police, you think, well, okay, that's never going to happen. If it even started to happen, it would be so complex to make it happen that it can't possibly be. They just need to blow off some steam. Nope, that's not right. The fact is, the police in some places can effectively be halted in their tracks. And really, if there's one most important lesson out of the whole Evergreen fiasco, is that the police can be withdrawn from a situation and chaos takes a matter of hours to emerge, which we're also seeing in Seattle.
Yeah. The defunding of the police, which is happening in Minneapolis, what are they doing in replacement of the police?
Well, I don't know, and I will say that the thing that is trotted out as the example that tells us that defund the police, which doesn't really mean defund the police, it means abolish the police. We are told that that's safe on the basis of something like the Camden example.
But Camden just, they sort of broke the police down, but then built up a new version of the police, right?
Yeah, they shifted it to a different jurisdiction. And look, I'm not arguing that we don't need massive police reform, and frankly, I'd be up for a discussion of a total rethink of the way we do policing. But the idea that you could withdraw the police first is absolutely insane.
Mark Lamont Hill had a very good point about the guy who was killed. What was the gentleman's name that was killed in the drive-through fast food place? Richard, is that how you say his name? Who was just drunk and compliant and peaceful until they were telling him they were going to arrest him. Even said, "Get me an Uber." And what his point was a very good point. Why were the police even called for that? This is a non-violent person who just happened to be drunk. Was he doing something he shouldn't have been doing? Yes. But obviously compliant, polite, speaking just like very reasonably until it escalated into this tussle. And then he lost his life. If they had just had some sort of a program where they could, we're going to park your car, sir, or we'll have someone drive your car to your house, we're going to call you an Uber, or we're going to take you home, and we're going to just write you a ticket and work this out in court. You're not going to go to jail. You don't have to be arrested. You don't have to be handcuffed. You're going to be treated like a monster. You fucked up. You made a mistake, but you're not a bad person. You're not a person who's trying to hurt people. The police should be there for robbers, murderers, rapists. That's what we need the police for. And this is none of those things. This is just a guy who fucked up and he got drunk. And then as they were speaking to him, clear, real clear, not a bad guy. Like the way he's talking to the cops, just talking to him very reasonably. Even asked for an Uber.
Well, look, I am no fan of this aggressive style of policing.
No.
I'm not a fan of the militarization of the police. I've had run-ins with the police. I've been hit twice by cops. So it's not that
What happened?
Well, one of these is a long story that goes back to my first research gig in Jamaica. And the other one was I was participating in a protest. I mean, I was very young. I was probably 20. And there was a protest about homelessness in Berkeley. And frankly, it happened without my awareness that there was going to be a protest. But I happened to be nearby, and I was sympathetic. And so I joined it, and I was coming down the street with the protest, and a cop hit me with a baton, knocked me down. So anyway, I'm no fan of this stuff. I'm not defending it, but that's not what this movement is really about. And even if it is, to the extent that it is what this movement is really about, it doesn't deal with the root cause. We're dealing with a symptom, and it's not a symptom that you can treat in isolation.
Well, I had Jocko Willink on the podcast on Monday, and he had a great point. Obviously, Jocko was a Navy SEAL commander and worked with the Navy SEALs to create programs for training. And what he said is that these cops have the minimal amount of training. It's the tiniest amount of training, and then they send them on the street. He goes, 20% of their time should be spent training. 20%. It should be de-escalation drills, simulation drills, educating them on how to communicate with people in various situations, educating them as how if one cop is in a confrontation with someone, the next cop should step in and say, let's just calm down, Mike. Why don't you go deal with this over there, and I'm gonna handle this. And sir, let's take this from scratch. Like let's work this out. And that having higher qualified police officers, better trained police officers, better compensated police forces, so they're not taxed out, is really the answer to all this. And these people are, they're nobody wants to be a cop right now. So who's doing this, right? Who's the new generation from now out? When people sign up to be a police officer, who's going to do this? You have a few that are going to answer that call because they feel like they have a duty, but you're going to have a lot of people that just they can't get other jobs, and so they choose that, and maybe they're not the cream of the crop, and
So-
that's very bad for people with guns to tell other people what to do.
I hear two things in what you're saying, and one of them I fully agree with. The implication of what you just said is that less funding isn't the solution. If anything, more funding is, so that we get better qualified people.
Better
and
training.
We train them, right? We get people who are better suited to the job in the first place, and then we train them better so they know what to do. And I agree with that. The part that I'm worried about is that I think I hear you grasping at straws, and frankly, they're familiar. I hear everybody grasping at straws here. And what I think is not getting said is that brutal policing is a feature, not a bug. Right? This is part of a system that is about something else. And to the extent that I think we can all recognize that there is something absolutely organic about the anger that has caused people to spill into the streets in large numbers, that anger is the result of a process that does not begin with policing. It begins with economic phenomena and political phenomena. And one of the things that spooks me is this movement, in part because it is leaderless and I would argue rudderless. It is not correctly addressing the actual problem. It is lashing out at things that it can see. It's lashing out at anecdotes. But the only solution, the only proper solution that actually saves the republic is a solution that addresses the core problem.
Economic despair, communities that are filled with crime and violence and gangs, and the people that come out of these communities with very little hope, and all the models that they operate under, what they model themselves on, is what they see around them, which is all this crime. And they don't have this sense that there's a very clear path out of this.
Well, I want to step back to something that will sound too remote to be useful, but I'm sure it isn't. I would claim that this actually goes back to a shift in the Democratic Party during the Clinton administration. During the Clinton administration, the Democratic Party effectively switched. It took up the Republican Party's business model, moving away from defending the interests of common people as its reason for gaining power. And that created a problem. So during the Clinton administration, we saw the end to aid with families with dependent children. We saw NAFTA. We saw basically an abandonment of the core raison d'etre for the Democratic Party. Now, the Republican Party at that point was the party of business. But that doesn't really mean the party of business. What the Republican Party was the party of well-established large businesses, which frequently meant, as it was catering to their interests, that it was preventing small businesses from rising up that would threaten its constituents. And the Democrats took up this model. They went into influence peddling as well during the Clinton administration, and they became the party of other businesses. So now you have two parties that are basically dealing with competing business interests, vying for power. But what that does is it excludes the interests of regular folks. And so regular folks have been getting the shaft ever since. Nobody is representing their interests. They're getting wise to it. And they're feeling the effects on the street. They are feeling the system is rigged. It's rigged against them. It's not even evenly rigged against them. So, in black communities, there's a perception it's specifically rigged against us. And you know what? It is. But the way it is very subtle, right? It's not a matter of racism being ubiquitous, inside every white head. It's not like that. This has very little to do with modern racism. But what it has to do with is a property of our system. So, there's a cybernetic principle. The purpose of a system is what it does. It means that don't listen to what somebody says that the system.
Booking.yeah.
7, but great effort.
7, 6. How about this? Booking.yeah.
Stop. You're giving me tingles. I got a little tingle.
Ooh. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Jeff Rose say so.
your own streets. Outlaw, prepare for panic when I unleash. Niggas is lucky if they leave here in one piece. Queen Puff never had no heart to start, so how the hell Biggie Smalls get the part? Watch him out. What I bring to you is hardcore. The very essence of my poetry is Lexi, so you backward ass niggas that know me. The only key to bleed for the shit I break and swing hard on motherfuckers, that's my thing. Locally I'm pure, so you on D trying to throw me. Don't get your life took, trying to run with your homies. Y'all know we same niggas so quick to blast. On this worldwide mass, trying to get some cash. Holla, my name in the game of Apollo. Wait, and I'll murder these snakes tomorrow. Bunch of washed up, jealous ass punk low. Quit bullshit and pop, flip the ball, low. Machiavelli ride, all you niggas die when I come. I do some fly shit and be done. They say Pac ain't got love for the east side. Use a line, motherfucking nigga, we fire, watch your mouth. motherfucking touchables with the LBC click, nigga. That boy killer. Put your guns down, nigga. Be a motherfucking touchable. Westside, outlaw, thug life. MO motherfucking beat. LB motherfucking C. What it be like, what it see like. You know. Criminal individuals suffering with the jailmate bail. Seeing hell make you rough, getting money. Funny it seems, young black teens, triple beam dreams make them dream for crack scenes. Maybe you fucking make a million. Bustin' from on top of the building, the victim of thinking she killing. I can see it in my eyes, right? But what's a hustler? It's a pig that don't fly, right? Get down and right, get that I'm a killer. Lyrics raise drug dealers, turn up in the motherfucking thug niggas. LBC come and bail with me. Hang with the same niggas, go to jail with me. Bang with the outlaw click. Since I came out, put out my pistol, aim blow your brains out. Pull it, my every word like a bullet, hollow point stab. Murder niggas till they feel it. I'm a giant rock, thinking about no limitations on coming up. Dealing with anybody running up. Thinking the cat smack cracks out my gun holes. Holes in your body and blood all over your clothes. Cause money makes hurt, what it's worth, getting hurt. Doing dirt to stay spinning, you can borrow, I'm in. All confrontation on the turret, seeing 9-6, 5 chips stacking while I'm acting no photo. LBC, it's a no-no. Talking what you don't know and won't know. Keep holding down, my G's hold it down. Cause I'm pretty rush one. Nigga, we bust him up, cop back. Ready to blow the block off the mat. Thug like niggas ride with us, cops trying to get us, but they can't. Touch. When you in advance, you ain't having money and fame. You got to always give a game. Look at me, maintain. Cause this game is a cold thing. Can you dig it, man? It's show, man. I wish I had your game. Look here, young dog, do your own thing. Them bitch ass niggas in your clique buckle up. Stay real with yourself and untouchable. See, that's what's wrong with you niggas, man. But me and my dogs feel the up, man. We just paper chasing. We know naked. When you relate to this shit we created. Coming through cold in Nova Scotia. Like a belly with dawn toast. Hope to make sure it's kosher. Now we don't keep the scene. Let's go the layout. The vibes, the plot. These the balls we gotta take out here. So now it's time to execute. Ain't gonna chest at you. Left us cool when you died. Know you kept the truth. But if you didn't, well, we written. Let it be written. We ain't kidding. The quitting. My missus bailing my mittens. Sit back. Stack those spitting. Sit back. Biggest players. Getting papers. So blackjack. The hat. That's what we all wanna do. Dreaming
Video you're done? You're at?
Yeah.
all
but,
that, yeah.
Well, if you want, go ahead.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they got so much shit now.
Whatever.
They have so much shit now, huh? Remember? They didn't used to have this much
Wait, you're
UFO
at
shit, huh?
Yeah. Looks like they stepped up this game.
Mm-hmm.
Let me outline this up to the triangle, and then I'll put you some.
Alright, cool. You put me on to this guy right here.
Whatever.
I said you put me on to this dude right here.
Oh, he's good, though.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna watch something with him a little bit. Yeah, he's like, I think he's like the all-time best interviewer.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, you know?
Hey, have you seen these new silicone rings? They're the toughest rings in the world, and they're called Zeus rings. Hey guys, my name's Peter.
For over 40 years, one man has championed the cause of developing peaceful relationships with extraterrestrial intelligences that have been visiting planet Earth for decades, if not millennia. Through his unrelenting efforts, Dr. Stephen Greer is a significant force, bearing pressure upon the government to disclose classified, secret, extraterrestrial information kept hidden within the military-industrial complex.
I'm Billy Carson. Dr. Greer, welcome to Disclosure.
Thank you. I'm very happy to meet you.
Yes, the same here. Your whole journey began in 1973 when you had a near-death experience. Can you tell us about that?
In the spring of 1973, I got very sick. And I had this experience where I left my body in a very clear way, went out into space, and had sort of a contact, not with extraterrestrials, but with two points of consciousness that were divine avatar type beings. And it was beautiful. And towards the end of it, in this state of consciousness, I was told I could either go with them or come back to Earth. And I said, I had the presence of mind to say, thy will be done, what do you want me to do? I mean, I'm 17, totally uneducated about any of these issues. And they said, you should go back. You know, a few months later, I go off to college, and in 1973, in October, I'm up in the mountains of North Carolina meditating, and just before sunset, and I'm up at 5,000 feet, and I see this, right before I sit to meditate, I look over towards the southwest, and there's a seamless metallic disc. And it's the same disc I had seen when I was 8 or 9. I'd seen one of these ET craft when I was a very young boy with my twin sister and some other people in my neighborhood in Charlotte, North Carolina. I went, oh, well, they're back. I didn't think anything more about it. And I sit to meditate, and I have this profound, deep meditation that lasted a very long time. Because by the time I ended it, it was pitch black, and the Milky Way was above my head, gorgeous. And at the end of it, I stood up, and a beautiful thought, it felt like it was telepathically sent to me, and it would sound strange, said, behold what a beautiful universe God has made. Wow. And with that, I went right back into that state that I was in when I had died 6 months earlier, in March of 73. And I was just standing there, and below the crest of this mountain, there was a glow. And I went, oh, I don't know what that is. And then I was aware that there was this being, but I thought it was a deer standing up on its legs. Yeah. And it was a ET, beautiful almond eyes, and came over and touched my jacket. And I had a ski jacket on, it was very cold. Touched me on my right shoulder physically. And it was 3D and sort of fully materialized, dematerialized, rematerialized. Very similar to what Colonel Corso had happened at White Sands back in the 50s. Wow. And touched me, and with that, I vanished, and I was on a craft for about, I found out later, about 3 or 4 hours. And it was during that experience that we experimented with and created the CE5 contact protocol, although I didn't call it that then. And it was using consciousness and remote viewing and what I call coherent thought sequencing, where you guide them into where you're located with a laser-like intent, heart and mind together. We'll get into this. And that is really how the CE5 contact protocols got started. And it was fascinating. And that really began my whole experience within 6 months of near-death experience, exploring consciousness, and then from there, sort of creating the CE5 contact protocols where humans make contact with these civilizations directly. Wow. And it was all because of this sort of amazing consciousness exploration that happened.
Can you describe these beings and exactly what you learned?
Mm-hmm. Well, it was interesting because everyone has all these caricatures of these beings. They didn't fit any of the caricatures, and in fact, there were different types of beings. So there were one group that were maybe 39 inches tall and very less than 4 feet, a little over 3 feet, no hair. The other ones were very tall and sort of luminous. There was a group that had very triangular kind of heads like a praying mantis. Later, I found out that these were master healers in the cosmos from a planet where we're very renowned for healing. They have specializations of capabilities, but very much work together. It's very much opposite of what the UFO lore is in mythology. But most of the experience was not linear. It was, you're sort of dematerialized out in space. And what was interesting, if you're sitting in this craft, you think, well, there are walls, like in this building. No, you're looking as if you're floating in a bubble that's translucent. And
some kind of
it-
force
yeah,
field.
because I think it has to do with extremely advanced fiber optic type systems in the shell of the craft. So you can be out there and it looks exactly like you're just floating freely, but you're not. You're actually in a structure, an environmentally controlled structure.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Fort Knox is stacked with gold. Why? Why is gold so important? Why gold? Out of all the minerals, gold is the standard. Not just on this planet, interplanetarily. You see, intergalactically. You see, this is why the Anunnaki came here mining for gold, extracting gold. The Neterru have skin of gold. They bathe in gold. All this about gold. Anunnaki, gold. Why? My son was playing a video game, and I heard him and my other son talking. He said, no, you gotta go through the secret portal. That way you can skip this level. You see? And I was listening, I said, that's deep. He said, that's the same thing Daddy does. He's teaching people how to skip levels. And I said, that's absolutely on point. That's absolutely what it is. And they say in many ways there's no shortcuts, but there's always secret portals. There's always secret passwords. There's always things that are secret. It's not for everybody. Everybody got to go through the whole thing. But you know in life, there's ways you can skip over things, right or wrong. And one of the ways you do that is getting access to certain information from the tree of life. Not the tree of good and evil, you see, but the tree of eternal life. This is what makes a human being immortal. We're already God. The tree of life has said, look, man has become like one of us. He knows good and evil. But he's really not like one of the immortals because he did not stretch forth his hand and eat from the tree of eternal life. It's talking about memory. It's talking about connection. Energy can't be created or destroyed, so it can't really be talking about a physical death. It's talking about ignorance. Ignorance of certain hidden secrets. This is why all of these trees, tree of life, tree of good and evil, trees represent knowledge. What do you think books are made from? So my story real quick, and I'll let you go. I was absolutely, obsessed with getting the first book out. Working full time. I was in school working on my graduate degree full time. Pretty much a full load. Family, bills, babies coming, just piled up. I said, I must find a way to get this stuff done. I'm on a mission, and this body is in my way. It has to get all this sleep. You see, that was the main problem, sleep. Until I tapped into certain technology, the gold, that enabled me to go with 2 hours sleep, 1 hour sleep sometimes, okay? I would sleep for 3 hours. You see, work 3 hours all day. You see, so the whole thing was based on the goal. That allowed me to collapse time.
Most of the time, to be honest with you, was spent me teaching them what it was like for a boy, a young man of 18, to experience cosmic consciousness on Earth and how that could be used, these states of consciousness, to communicate in the future. I knew it would be something for the future, but at that time I didn't know. I had no real sense of the timeline of when I would start the projects that
So
we
with
run
these
now.
beings, this is more like an exploratory consciousness experiment. Would you say that? Or?
We were co-creating these protocols for future use, very specific. I knew it was for future use.
Can you describe the process of the co-creation?
Yeah, I mean, and the co-creation part was me meditating and them seeing me meditate and experiencing that near-death type level of clarity in samadhi, or consciousness, or cosmic consciousness, and then how that could be used to actuate remote viewing. It's called now the seeing distant places, seeing future, but also then connecting to the ET systems and guiding them in. And what I learned is that they have, and we'll get into this more, they have technologies that interface with the consciousness field and directed thought, not random thought, what I call coherent thought, as clearly as we pick up a radio frequency from our cell phone or TV station. So those civilizations that are interstellar, they have to, by going faster than the speed of light, they've had to explore trans-dimensional physics, including faster than the speed of light communications, which exist, and classified projects have worked on these. But those civilizations have perfected it to a level of really profound accuracy. And so this is something that, I experienced. I didn't understand it. I mean, obviously, it's taken me 40-some years to sort of unpack that, because intellectually I didn't understand it. Experientially, it was very simple. You connect to the fact that you're awake. You connect to that aspect of consciousness that is this field consciousness that's unbounded, infinite. You then can see any point in space-time, and then when you connect with an ET craft or person, you then zoom in and show them where you are, and that's it. It's very simple.
Right.
But also, it was under this sort of ethical premise of universality, that we're all one being. And I realized that, well, they're strange and they're different from me, because we still have racism on this planet and everything else. But from their point of consciousness, it's like, what's the color of consciousness? What's the gender of consciousness? What's the ethnicity of consciousness? Of that basic universal field of consciousness. Well, it doesn't have a color, it doesn't have a gender, it doesn't even have a planet, but even humanism. It's universal.
Right.
And so that, I realized, was something that these civilizations absolutely understood at not only from the point of view of their paradigm, but from their operating systems. Interestingly, this continued, where I was up in the mountains, North Carolina, and before I go to bed, I would do these protocols. Just see if this works. Right. Every single night, the rangers and police would report UFOs all over the area. And I finally realized I shouldn't do this without having some purpose. So I stopped. It kind of freaked me out, to be honest with you. So after that, I decided, I really want to become an expert on meditation. So I went to become a meditation teacher, the old Maharishi International University. Yeah. Interestingly, during that period of learning to become a teacher of meditation, we went over to East de la France, and it's up in the Maritime Alps, up above Nice, near the Italian border, and that was the last phase of becoming a meditation teacher. Now this is now the summer 1975, and one morning I said, I'm going to break out of my meditation routine that they had us on, and I'm going to do the CE5 protocols, and it's before lunch. So I sit and I go into meditation, I go deep into meditation. I allow my conscious mind to expand universally. I then scan for ET craft, for civilizations, and I get a sense of one. And I just said, I'm here. My name is Steve. I very childishly said, my name's Steve, you don't remember me. And then I show them where we are. So I show them, I vector them in, like you'd vector in a jet to JFK Airport. I vector them in with my thought very clearly to that mountain and that hotel complex up in the French Maritime Alps. And all of a sudden, this beautiful, seamless, metallic, silvery tetrahedron materializes in a blue alpine sky, probably 1 in the afternoon. And this was the first mass witness CE5, close encounter of the fifth kind, which is when humans initiate contact and make contact. And there were a whole bunch of people from France who were on the course, who were up ahead of us pointing. So this was a mass witness daytime. Interestingly, I think what happened, this was big, and it was close. And I think once people began to be afraid, they pick up on that fear.
Yeah.
And they back off. Contrary to the human hoax contact events, what UFO people call abductions and mutilations, all that. The actual ET events, if they sense you're afraid, they just back off. And they did. So they backed off and then dematerialized in a blue sky. Didn't fly off, it just vanished. So that was in 1975. And that was the first mass witness event. And that's when I realized, you know, you can do this for people. You can do this with a group. And it dawned on me then that that's something that at some point we should do as a civilization on Earth.
What more can you tell us about the structure?
Just one key thing about the structure, and this is how you determine an extraterrestrial vehicle from the ones that are the anti-gravity vehicles from Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop, is that they're completely seamless. They have this extraordinarily energy about it, and the consciousness of the occupant is transmitted in the structure. I mean, it's like AI at the level of seamless interface between the consciousness of the pilot or whoever's commanding it and that structure. And you can feel it. You can feel that the structure itself is awake.
Interesting. As you continue to test your contact protocols, there was an event with UAPs at the FAA. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, you know, and actually in the intelligence community, they call them ETVs, extraterrestrial vehicles, or ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, or electrogravitics.
I've heard ARVs quite a bit.
Yeah. So, you know, the UAP term was invented recently as a way of obfuscating and hiding the truth. Remember, words are important. All right, so that's my editorial comment on the question. But going further, 2 years later, a couple years later, this event happened where, again, there's a part of me that says, you know, you want to pinch yourself. Is this true? Can this really happen?
Yeah.
You know, so I was back in North Carolina, and I was up near Blowing Rock, out in the Blue Ridge, off the Blue Ridge Parkway, and I had a housemate. We had this little two-bedroom place on the lower level of a house overlooking Grandfather Mountain, the 6,000-foot mountain out of the Blue Ridge. And I suddenly realized, you know, I want to try this. It just came to me. So I go into quiet meditation. Again, I'm doing this before I go to bed, which, you know, be careful what you do right before you get to bed. A lot of cool things can happen. You got to be ready for it. And so I go into this deep meditation, and I ask the ETs to come and visit where I am. And again, I expand my awareness, go into this state where I can see where they are. I introduce myself, and in a spirit of peaceful contact, invite them to come to where I'm located there. But kind of being, I guess in a sense, looking back on it, rather childish about it, I said, well, if you don't remember who I am, I was born and grew up in Charlotte, so I show them and guide them to the city of Charlotte and the part of town I grew up in. And then from there, guide them up to the Blue Ridge Mountains, northwest. And sure enough, it turns out, I go to sleep, I wake up, and there's this kind of blue craft, maybe 20 feet outside the window, with this energy, this beam of energy coming in. And inside my room was an ET, but not materialized. I could sense it, its intelligence, and it was there. Now my roommate at this point, who's in a bedroom next door, wakes up, sees this craft right outside the window, and can feel the consciousness of this ET in the house. So he comes running out and runs in. He says, "What did you do?" And he's like, but he was very upset in a sense about it, because I had warned him I was going to do this. And at that point, this ET, which was sort of almost like a hologram, you could sense it, but it wasn't fully materialized yet, because they can go in and out of dimensions.
Right.
It vanished. The craft then moved around to the front of the house. So we run out to the living room.
Yeah.
There's a big picture window. It was nighttime. But off in that direction is Grandfather Mountain. And it goes in front of the lit picture window, and it goes, whoosh, makes an arc, and goes out, and kind of makes a loop over Grandfather Mountain. Beautiful. and vanished. I said, oh, wow, they're still able to do this, or I'm still able to do this. So I wasn't really sure. You're always doubting you can do things that you can do until it kind of becomes really determined. Well, I later find out, the next day it's all in the papers, that craft that I had sort of vectored over Charlotte,
sightings,
was chased by the police helicopter, the Snoopy helicopter, they called it, for the police. It was on radar at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Back then, Eastern Airlines pilots saw it.
Snoopy 2, no, so I'm not taking the target right now. We got something out here flying around. I don't believe it's flying saucers, but it ain't aircraft. I don't know what it is. Sounds like it's close to each other.
And I had someone inside the FAA take that tape, and I have it.
Oh, wow.
It's actually, part of it is in Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And that was the ET's way of saying, you can be very specific in what your guidance is in the stream of coherent thought, the sequencing of coherent thought, which is what I call it, to guide them, because they were saying, yeah, we picked up on the fact that you said go here and then come here. And they went there and then came up to the mountains. And I went, that was a really teaching moment. I share these things because they're teachable moments of the specificity that these civilizations have to follow specific information. And it's quite magical and beautiful.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, they're literally picking up your consciousness and taking direct communication or instructions from that and then following through with it.
Yes, if they're clear. And so if you're scattered, whatever. The other thing is I found out they're not interested if as soon as someone becomes afraid, or if they have prejudices, if they study the UFO subject, which is filled with mythologies of horrible negative information, it's all false, they aren't interested because they're not interested in what I call exo-racism, this sort of extrapolation of bigotry to different species in space.
Right.
So they're only really interested in people who are pure-hearted about it and not prejudiced.
That's incredible. That's fantastic, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to have pure hearts and great intentions, and they can't seem to manifest these UFOs. How do you think you were able to do this at a very young age?
I think everyone can do this, and I think the key here is, do you have a higher purpose besides your own entertainment to have a contact experience? In other words, they're interested in interfacing with humans who are ready to help build a bridge between Earth and humanity and these civilizations as we go forward into a cosmic civilization and join the cosmic cultures. So if that's your prevailing motivation and intent, then that's different. The other thing, there are a lot of exigencies and conditions that can affect whether an object appears in 3D or maybe it's in 6D.
Right.
For example, we've had experiences where nothing is in this dimension that you can see, but our electronics will start communicating in a language that's a trans-dimensional electronic situation, because there are aircraft that are military ready to pounce on these craft and hit them with an electronic directed energy weapon.
Exactly.
So I think that there are a lot of conditions. I don't think that it's unique to me at all. In fact, we did an ethnography looking back and found that there were many, many people who had done, had close encounters of the fifth kind types experiences. And in ancient cultures, whether it was drumming or chanting, they would get into a state of coherence as a group and have a contact experience, the star people. So in reality, I don't think this is new. I've simply sort of articulated and formulated a series of protocols so people can, have something to start with. And I say whatever I put out, honestly, it's to start with, and then you make it your own. I'm not at all attached to
This is
how
like
it
a guide plan with parameters for you to go, okay, these are the fundamentals that we need to operate under to be able to actually do this.
Yeah, and ultimately, I tell people that this state of unbounded pure consciousness is the hub of the wheel of life, the silent, unbounded, peaceful. And if there are 8 billion people on this planet, there are 8 billion spokes into that hub, and each one's unique. And so whatever tradition you follow, you adapt it to yourself because you're a unique, resonant being. There are no two beings in the cosmos identical. And so you make it your own. But the protocols are the CE5 contact protocols have been developed to be very universal. Anyone can do it. If you believe in yourself and believe it's possible, you'll be able to do it. And if you think about everything we've accomplished in our life, it's like that. You know, as a medical doctor, if I really thought I couldn't put that chest tube in a trauma case or whatever, I'd glitch. So you have to believe you can do it. You have to believe it's possible. And once you affirm to yourself in positive thinking that you can do it, you can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But this is where we're going to get into in the court, and this course we're doing on Gaia. I really am going to do a deep dive also into what are the different phenomena that have not, you know, how does this appear? What are the manifestations of these advanced civilizations? Because they don't have to be fully materialized. They may be partially. You know, it's very unusual, the kinds of things that happen, because everyone's expecting something like that of a science fiction movie. But actual contact is much more beautiful in a way, but nuanced. And you have to understand what I call the new cosmology, where we bring not only the cosmos together, but understanding consciousness, the worlds of light, the astral world, the interface between those dimensions and the material 3D cosmos, and how an interstellar civilization is phasing in the gap between 3D and conscious fields. Boom. So there is a big science to learn here, and unfortunately, you know, everyone kind of like wants to use this as sort of caricatures of things that happen in contact, and the actual experience, having done this now for, you know, a long time, you know, 37 years or something, 48, and also for the last 30 years I've led contact teams all over the world, and thousands of people with thousands of interactions. It's you know, the sort of diversity of experience that happens is the full spectrum, you know, from full 3D to ET physical being near us, ones that are not quite in this dimension but come around the circle and touch you on the shoulder.
1980, military security and law enforcement from Charlie and Delta flights were involved with strange, unidentified lights, beams, and craft that persisted for a 72-hour period from December 26th to 28th. It began after midnight on December 26, 1980. Afterward, the rumors started that 20-year-old airman First Class John Burroughs from Charlie Flight Law Enforcement had either jumped up on a UFO in Rendlesham Forest or rose up in a beam of light. John Burroughs was born in Bloomington, Illinois in 1960 and joined the U.S. Air Force right after high school graduation. He received orders to go to RAF Mount Waters, England, and arrived in July 1979, about 18 months before the highly strange Rendlesham Forest encounter. John remained in the Air Force until his retirement in 2005 as a tech sergeant. John's consciousness has been blocked about what happened to him on 2 different nights. First, after midnight on December 26th, and then 2 nights later, around 4 a.m. on December 28, 1980. John was confused by the airbase rumors that he jumped up on a UFO because he could not clearly remember what happened when he was near the lights on either night. In this Truth Hunter, I'm going to share brief excerpts from a private November 11, 1988 hypnosis session with John Burroughs done at the home Kurt Blue Bakery in Los Angeles. This 1988 videotape is deteriorated as Burroughs speaks rapidly about walking next to Staff Sergeant Penston on December 26th after midnight as they approach unidentified area lights in the trees. This may be the closest that any of us would ever get to what happened.
Light. A weird, almost as light. It's hovering. It's hovering. It's hovering. It's floating. It's the light, but there's lights below us, there's no lights below us, there's the orange light, there's the red light, it's like the sun, it's like the sun, but it's not shaped like the sun, it's like an oval shaped sun, and it's pulsating. Maybe 15 times. I don't know. It keeps changing. The light is pulsating, it's highly red. It's there now, it's moving back. It's moving away, it's up in the air, it's moving back, it's up to the tree, it's moving back, not in the distance, but it's there, it's down the road, how did it get to the tree? I don't know. We'll follow it, come on, we gotta follow it. I can't reach him on the radio, the hell of the radio, put it down, we don't need it, put it in the hotel, put it in the pocket, let's go, we don't care what they say, we gotta find out, something's there, we gotta find out, let's go, spread out more, okay, let's go, okay, move, okay,
tripping.
I feel weird, I feel tingly.
Wait, did you say something else?
So this fool is tripping right now.
We all gotta know. Is it a UFO? I don't know. What is a UFO?
He's like hypnotized and he's like reliving that moment. But he's like tripping out. Look at him.
I was willing to get hypnotized, dog, and see crazy shit happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm being pulled. Something's pulling me. Oh God, sometimes what's going on? I don't know. It's pulling close. Oh, look at this change again. It's small. Now it's moving back. Look how fast it moves back. Look, it's a quarter mile back now. Let's start running. We can't let it get away from us. We gotta know where it is. Okay, well, it's gone. Okay, so we can follow the train back. You stay back, I don't know, 30 minutes, hour, I know. Okay, keep your head up now, Jack. Okay, and when you start walking back, and I'm talking to him, Start Tennyson and I, and the ancestor, we're walking. I'll walk you back. Okay, what was it? So, what did you do? So I looked there, you looked I don't know what I saw, Jack. I think it was a UFO. I
don't know, I don't wanna believe what I saw. She goes, you know, man, it seemed like we were there and all of a sudden we're here. Why couldn't we do a radio contact with them? We should have been able to. There was computer stations, there was towers, but we lost contact with them. I don't know. Well, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Let's just see what happens when we can. Go off and just go, you know, and we come across the stuff that we don't even know the talking. You remember this thing? No, I don't remember that. You remember that thing? No, I don't remember. But how did we get there? I don't know. Could we have moved by it? Could something have picked us off the ground? I don't know. I don't know about that. Pretty pleased with that. Ship commander there, the flight chief, city flight chief there, our flight chief there, those other law enforcement patrol there. Everybody was concerned. They go, we lost contact with you for 45 minutes? 50 minutes. We didn't know where you were. We saw the radio signal saw our certain lights in the air. They thought they saw something being beamed up in the air, but they weren't sure. They thought we lost you guys. We thought we lost you guys. Well, what happened? We don't know.
Airman Burroughs also submitted to Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Hall a handwritten statement dated January 2nd, 1981, along with a sketch of the lights that he did remember in Rendition Forest. John's handwritten statement says, quote, "The lights were red and blue, the red one above the blue one, and they were flashing on and off. Because I never saw anything like that coming from the woods before, we, Burroughs and Sea Flight Law Enforcement Supervisor Staff Sergeant Bud Stephens, we decided to drive down and see what it was. We went down Eastgate Road and we took a right at the stop sign and drove down about 10 to 20 yards to where there is a logging road that goes into the forest. At the road, I could see a white light shining onto the trees, and I could still see the red and blue lights. This would move back and forth, up and down, but the blue and white and orange would come out when it was sitting in one place. Blue lights would come out of the beam and the white light below. Blue lights would blink on and off inside the beam, plus the beam would be red and orange. A white light would come out below the beam in the trees. Signed, Airman First Class John Burroughs, 81st Security Police Squadron, Security Police Operations, Charlie Flight at RAF Bampwaters, Woodbridge. John, Jim, and I went to Woodbridge in December 2010 with Prometheus Productions and their Ancient Aliens TV crew on the 30th anniversary of all the December 1980 light phenomena in Rendlesham Forest. Our goal was to see if Jim and John could find the original encounter site. When John saw the stop sign in this photo on a logging road not far from Eastgate, he wanted to explore there because John vividly remembered that's where he had been with his Sea Flight Law Enforcement Supervisor, Staff Sergeant Bud Stephens, when he first saw the strange lights over the trees.
We come here to learn. We're here for a pursuit of knowledge. We have an emotional connection to everybody in this room. We're here for a reason. Today you're going to learn. Listen to Billy. Please, Conscious Life Expo 2020. Welcome my friend, Mr. Billy Carter.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. I really appreciate that, man. So today, we're here. This is my logo for the Mystery School, which was made by Gaia actually years ago. It was one of the first images they ever gave me to promote the Gaia program when I was doing deep space and a few other things. It's like a marketing piece, but it's a phenomenal piece. It's really showing to me the elevation of consciousness and walking through that, which is really a start at the feet at the top, kind of in the white pattern, which is submersible. But today we're going to talk about submersible quantum walking, and we're going to talk about the submersible, what it is, but I'm going to get very scientific, okay? But I'm going to do it in a way that everybody's going to be able to understand wisdom and knowledge from ancient sages and handed down verbal histories as well. So that I can give you a breakdown of how this stuff works. Because the biggest problem that I find in society is when it comes to knowledge is we learn how to memorize the answers. We don't know how to get the answers. If I give you a multiplication test right now, everybody in here, I hope, can give me the answer to 2 times 2 and 4 times 4 and so forth and so on. But how do you know the answer? Because you memorize the answers. You just went down the answer column as a kid and you memorized, oh, when I see this, it's this. But did you ever take the time to figure out why 2 times 2 equals this? Why 5 times 5 equals this? A lot of people have never taken the time to do that. And that just transcends into every other aspect of life. We're taught to just know answers. We're taught in school to be good test takers. Okay? But never really understanding the process to get from A to B. And so what I like to do when I teach these things, because we're dealing with spirituality, but spirituality is deeply entangled with quantum physics and quantum mechanics. You can't escape it. You just can't. When I show you today what I'm going to show you, you're going to realize it can't be separated. They both two go together. Science and mainstream wants you to think spirituality over here and science over here. That's to keep you, that's another divide and conquer tactic to keep you from reaching your ultimate goal of spiritual attainment. Okay? So we're going to talk about the fundamental underlying basis of why this stuff actually works. And we're going to spend some time on that because when you walk out of here today, the main thing I want everybody to take with them is now I understand when I think this way, when I think that way, when I pray this way, when I do this, or when I do that, this is why it's working. Because you'll be able to see the step-by-step process and actually visualize something in your head that's actually really truly happening. And I think when you can visualize what's happening, you know what's happening, versus relying on thinking it's a magic sky daddy with a magic wand, like, bing, it happens, you know, some kind of genie coming out of a bottle, who wishes by command. I think when I take that part of it away and give you the power into yourself and let you understand, oh, the power's in me, and I can do this, and I can do that, and this is why I can do this, and I can do that. I think it's going to be a lot better for you, a lot better for your family, and people that will show you information to you. So without further ado, let's get into it. I always play my little intro here. I like this intro. I'm that red guy. Like Jimmy said, I'm a field researcher, and this is important for me to say because people need to understand I'm not just on Google searching images, and not to take anything away from people that's all that they have access to, because that's better than the average person. But to get to the level that I'm teaching at, you have to get out in the field and you got to get your hands dirty. You have to get out there and talk to homegrown researchers. You have to get out there and talk to homegrown archaeologists, people who come from that area, from that region, indigenous people. You can't rely on this generalized, Wikipedia type information. And sometimes you can't really rely on everybody's YouTube videos either. You got to go out there for yourself and get some answers for yourself, and then compare it to everything else you've heard, saw, and read, and then take the information that you can best do it and piece it together. Here I'm at the Great Pyramid of Giza. I'm inside the King's Chamber, and I'm standing right next to that box they call a sarcophagus. I can't even fit in that box. It's too tall. I'm 6'4", my feet, I'm like come up to my chest when I got inside of that thing. But what's really amazing is the exact dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant is inside that box. And the reason why they chased Moses, who was really truly Akhenaten, the reason why they chased Akhenaten down after he fled from Egypt, well, first Akhenaten fled from Egypt, he was kicked out of Egypt, I should say, because he was defacing all the gods. Yeah, his son did Aten, or Amun-Ra, Amen, the Amen, gave him the order to deface all gods, or we know all the gods but him. He ushered in monotheistic mindset into Egypt, and he was erasing history of the hieroglyphs. That's where all the broken faces of Moses come from, I'm sorry to say. I thought initially too, but I heard the rumors of it, see why you can't listen to YouTube and stuff like that, until I got on an airplane and went out there for myself and saw temples that had 8,000-year-old hieroglyphs that were all shipped off. There was nobody going, I gotta ship these off to hide the fact that who these people were. No, I'm sorry. It was done by Amun-Ra. It's in the it's in the list. Amon-Ra ordered it. And Akhenaten fled out there, left out of there with that Ark of the Covenant. And when the Pharaoh realized that he took the source of power, the new Pharaoh, they had to chase him down. And he didn't cross the Red Sea. That's a mistranslation in the King James Bible. He crossed the Sea of Reeds, a much closer and much smaller sea as well. And that's just by translating down into Aramaic, you can easily figure that out. But a lot of people know about it in terms of people that are keeping information, but they'll never change the story because it just sounds, the historical version, the mythological version sounds too fantastic. Yeah, so it's really amazing stuff. The ancient Egyptians had meters per second. They had the metric system in ancient times. Forget about what you know about, oh, we just got the metric system and so forth and so on, 1960, whatever. That's garbage. Whoever that was, I forget the gentleman's name, he probably found these Proto-Sumerian tablets that were found in Mexico, which are well documented that they had a metric system back then. Proto-Sumerian. Proto-Sumerian found in the South Americas, okay, in this Atlas Ocean. They had a metric system, and what's really amazing is the speed of light can be discovered in the longitude of the Grand Galaxy, the same distance as the speed of light meters per second. This whole structure was designed this way for a specific reason, to let us know how technologically advanced these beings were, and they turned the Great Pyramid into a multifunctional stone computer. This to me is the Temple of Abydos. So I'm standing there, actually pointing directly up, kind of blurred up here, I guess, maybe it's better in the corners. I'm pointing up at these glyphs, about maybe 40 meters above my head. But these glyphs were not re-etched over, re-carved over, what the mainstream will tell you. If you get the homegrown archaeologists like I had, they will tell you that they're told to say that by the tourism board, to tell everybody that these are just mistakes or accidents, they didn't really exist. No. He said not only are they carved that way, but there's many more around the region, and he showed me the other ones. Okay? And some of those I had to pay off pyramid priests and guards to go into underground crypts and stuff to get down there to see these things and take pictures of them. So they're real. It's not just this one spot in Abydos. There are depictions of advanced technology all over Egypt. I'm at the top of Valle Catumbao in Peru. This was an amazing trip. I saw so much stuff there that would just blow you away. I'm at the Osirian Temple, which is right by Abydos, where they discovered the flower of life symbol. I don't know if you can see where you are, etched into a pillar, etched into it like on the atomic level. Not carved or chipped into the stone, but atomically etched directly into the pillars. There, the flower of life, which is everything to do with the pure energy that creates everything we see in the third dimension. They knew about that 10,000, 15,000 years ago. I think the Osirians even older than that. In my opinion, the Osirians probably around 50 to 60,000 years old. Here at Machu Picchu, just kind of giving you guys an idea. I mean, I've been all around the world, Saskatchewan, I've been to, this is my guy here, Elvis. His name's actually Elvis. And he's a homegrown indigenous. Behind these stones here, the reason why I took a picture of those stones, right behind those stones is gold. It's protected by the military. Still gold behind a lot of these stones. And here I'm in Cambodia at Angkor Wat. Here I'm at Khao Khan, and showing just dinosaurs. This is just one place in the world that you can see dinosaurs and human beings at the same time. Dinosaurs with the meat on their bones, which means they know what they look like. Obviously, it's hard to kind of just extrapolate what this thing would look like. But if you go to Göbekli Tepe, you got those 13,000-year-old colossus with dinosaurs. You go to Lake Michigan, and they discovered a Stonehenge in the bottom of Lake Michigan with what? Dinosaurs with the meat on their bones. So man and dinosaur walk the earth together at the same time. Here I'm in Akrotiri, Greece, at a dig site. This is an ancient dig site, one of the Atlantean civilizations. And what was so amazing here was that they still had flushing toilets from the second floor level down, and it had a suction system to suck away the smell away from your house. We need those now, I think. We need to incorporate that new technology. It's sort of like blocks of maybe 8 to 10 feet thick with tiny holes starting from one side going all this into the other. Incredible. And piping that looked like, plumbing piping that looked like PVC plastic. All here at this dig site. I did a huge article and showed a lot of the photos on my blog on Forbidden Knowledge. Here I'm standing on the top of the pyramid of the moon, which Stowe dedicated to his wife. It's actually 8 pyramids built into one. That's what the pyramid of the moon is. And behind me is the pyramid of the sun, and the Atlas there is down below. I've been to the Yucatan. I mean, I've just been to so many places. So, the point of this is just to say, if you didn't know, I'm a world traveler. I've been around the world 2.5 times now, and I'm continuing to travel. Since 2020, I've got the Kailash Temple, the Ellora Temple. Both are mountains that carved out from the inside, from the outside going in. I'm going to do a documentary on both of those and the technology used to cover those. I just came back from Australia, 8 miles out to the Australian bush with fires all around. One site we couldn't get to was already destroyed. The cave painting, 8,000-year-old cave painting site, and already was gone. But we got to, and there wasn't documented, the sad part. It was poorly grained video, images and video. We couldn't even make out what was there. But when I got to my site, the site that I really went for, County on 9, I was able to very clearly document these Proto-Egyptian glyphs and also Pleiadian glyphs. So this gospel documentary this documentary is going to be mind-blowing. And I got to get with elders and everything else. And the craziest part was, we're 8 miles out in the bush, we decided to camp out on a cliff face, take a break, and we hear the bushes rustling behind us. We're like, there's nothing but the cliff and the bush. Is this an animal? 2 people come out the bush. They're stumbling around, completely lost. It happens to the guy. The guy said sometimes people are there for 3 or 4 days. They were so happy to see human beings. And the guy goes, mate, you Billy Thornton. I got the book. I said, what? Can I take the selfie with his neck? Not water, not food. He wanted to give his girlfriend anything. She was looking completely deranged. And I'm like, okay. We helped him get out of there and everything. That was wild. Like, you can't just stumble into the bush and find these glyphs. I mean, even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't have found it. That's how difficult it was to get to. And there's a ritual to get to these glyphs. You have to go, for the Aboriginal elders, if you walk down into these ancient sacred sites, it's an insult. It's like slapping a stick in the face. You have to come from the bottom coming up, which means a glyph or an area that has artifacts that can take you maybe 15, 20 minutes to get to might take you an hour. Because you got to go all the way around the long way, so you can come from the bottom coming up and show respect. Yeah. So it's a lot to it. It was a great day. It was a great day. I've done that. I've been hiking 37 miles in the Cambodian jungle. 100-degree temperature, 100% humidity every single day. So yeah, it's just been an amazing ride. So I'm here to give you information today, talk about some of the information I've learned, from the period with regard to the Merkaba. And when I learned this information and how powerful it really truly is, I learned it had a lot to do with light, actual light, and becoming a light being, and understanding that we are a light being. So we're going to talk a lot today about light and the aspects of light, what light is really all about. And we're going to talk about how that interacts with your consciousness, and how it allows you to manifest your reality. So a variety of mystery religions existed in the ancient world, such as the mystery of Demeter and Eleusis, Mithras and the Orpheus. You heard of Morpheus and the Matrix. Well, Orpheus is actually a true religion, believe it or not. That's where they got it from. A lot of things back there were correlated to the Matrix, as you see in representation. Swearing oaths to keep proceeding secret. As a result, the substance of their beliefs and the nature of their ritual has been almost entirely lost. So we're like a species of amnesia, which you heard before. What happens is these mystery schools were hand-picked people, but what happened after a certain amount of time, the information would get lost because new initiates would be selected. And these deified gods would leave, disappear, die, whatever, will go wherever they go. It's just like if I started a rumor here with this man in this ear and whispered to him, they passed it on. By the time they got all the way around to everybody and got back to this side, this lady will have the funniest story when I told you. And that's what happens in this whole thing about these secret societies and these ancient mysteries. When it's all handed down verbally, you never really get the exact same story that went in. And then over time, things get forgotten. So by midway through that journey of the information going around, there's a cataclysm, and now a whole generation has passed before somebody that was the last survivor who heard a little bit from their mother when they were 8 years old can now tell their children. Now it's a little more conjecture in there. So we have lost a lot of information. We all know how to use a cell phone, but if there was an EMP pulse right now that knocked out all electronics, none of us in here, maybe somebody in here can, but the most of us couldn't make a cell phone. And if we could, we can't make everything else that needs to work along with the cell phone system to make it a functioning system. So it's a very tricky thing, and it's very easy to get this amnesia. People always wonder, how do we move all of this? It really is so easy. We've only been existing for literally less than a blink of an eye on a geological time scale. Less than a blink of an eye. Less than the time it takes you to blink your eye, human beings have been on this planet. Okay? If you look at a geological time scale. And when a small cataclysm, a small overrule of kingship that dominates or whatever takes over, like the Papal Inquisition. If we didn't have the Papal Inquisition, the Arabs would have been on the moon in the 1800s. That's how fast they would have been. In the 1800s, they would have been on the moon. The Papal Inquisition killed 80 million people and dominated Catholicism around the entire planet through, unfortunately, murder, rape, and torture, and force. And that's how come everybody speaks in these various languages, not their indigenous language. But it's just the fact that happens. So that slowed down. So things like that pop up from time to time, and then just squash out a lot of our advancement and take us back down that rabbit hole into amnesia state. The force is real, and that's primarily what we're talking about today. The force, the energy force, the thing that really truly binds us, like Yoda says in Star Wars. It's really a true statement. I mean, when you look back at Star Wars, after being more conscious, you realize how many super nuggets were dropped, like knowledge bombs were dropped in Star Wars, right? I mean, amazing stuff. They really went and got some real gurus to drop some of that dialogue. And the force truly is this energetic grid that we're all sitting on right now. We're all part of this energetic grid and we're all connected. So the illusion of this separation here gives us a feeling of individuality. But in truthfulness, I'm up here talking to you guys, but I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. And when you're talking to somebody, you're talking to yourself. There's only one consciousness. The only thing that's different here is that consciousness has literally separated itself into trillions and trillions of entities to experience itself subjectively from different perspectives. Because it wants to collect information. Like it came from the spiritual panel. And we were talking about, I talked a little bit about how the brain is encased in darkness. And the brain doesn't know anything. It doesn't see, smell, feel, hear. It doesn't know nothing. It's encased in darkness, but it has friends. Your senses. So it says to its friends, go out there and collect some information. This is as above, so below. Keep this in mind. So the brain will be consciousness. It's creating consciousness of this entire third dimension. Think about it that way. The brain sends out hearing, smell, touch, feel, sight, and they come back with data. Digital bits of information. Information that the brain now can collect and process. And then the brain projects a hologram as to what's going on outside, and you navigate through this electromagnetic matrix based off the hologram projected from digital bits of zeros and ones collected by a sensory system. So if you take that and bring it up to above, now think of the mass divine consciousness that creates this entire universe. And we are the friends of that consciousness that have now broken off, and we're out here doing what? Collecting data. That's your mission here. You're collecting data and sending it, you're going to find out, directly back to source on a consistent basis. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're uploading information back to source. Non-stop. And that's really what it's all about. The day, Nikola Tesla had a famous saying, the day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in one decade than all previous centuries in its existence. Think about that. We're talking about non-physical phenomena. We're talking about the unseen. But we're going to take away the magic sky daddy with the white robe and the wand. We're taking that away. I'm sorry. If you believe in that, then you may not want to say the presentation. And I'm not saying that there's not a divine creator, because I believe in the divine creator, because quantum physics tells me that there's a divine creator of this realm. The energy in you is divine, making you divine, making you a creator as well, or nothing would even be here. This book wouldn't be written, this podium wouldn't be created, this laptop wouldn't exist. All of us are creators. Because why? As it goes so below. We're duplicating what the creator does. So what I'm saying to you is, there's a process to get to this creation and manifest reality. And that involves quantum mechanics and quantum physics. That's the underlying basis. That's the 2 times 2. All things in all universes move according to law. And the law which regulates the movement of the planet is no more immutable than the law which regulates the material expressions of man. One of the greatest of all cosmic laws is that which is responsible for the formation of man as a material being. The main objective is to reveal the workings of the law which connects the man the material and man the spiritual. The connecting link between the material man and the spiritual man is the intellectual man. For the mind partakes of both the material and immaterial qualities. The aspirant for higher knowledge must develop the intellectual side of his nature and so strengthen his will that is able to concentrate all powers of his being on and in the plane he desires. The great search for light, and love only begins on the material plane. Carried to its ultimate, its final goal is complete oneness with the universal consciousness. The foundation of the material is the first step, then comes the higher goal of spiritual attainment. Concealed in the word of soul are many meanings that do not appear on the surface. Light of knowledge brought to bear on these tablets will open many new fields for thought. Read and be wise, but only if the light of your own consciousness awakens a deep-seated understanding, which is the inherent quality of the soul. We're talking about some deep stuff here today, guys. We're going to go in. We're going to really get deep. The universe runs on natural laws. And these are some of the laws that I've talked about quite a bit. Finding immutable conditions that govern consequences of behavior. General principles of natural law. The principle of mentalism, which we're going to talk about right away. The principle of correspondence. The principle of vibration. The principle of polarity. The principle of rhythm. The principle of cause and effect. And the principle of gender. The principle of mentalism, which is really primarily the majority of what we've got to talk about today, is understanding that all is mind. Everything is mind, as above, so below. We are most likely living in a fractal holographic conscious mind matrix. And so when you look and analyze the way that the synapses occur between the neurons in the brain, you begin to realize that it creates this holographic type of field that the brain projects, and it's the same exact thing for the universe. So we're living in a fractal holographic matrix, and that doesn't take away the fact that it could be a biological entity. And just that's the format that's used to generate this illusion of reality. The fact that you think you're sitting here isn't even an illusion. There's 7.5 billion people on Earth. But if I take away all the empty space and the atoms of every person on this planet, I can fit everybody into one sugar cube. You're not even here. You're not even here. This is what you've got to understand. As a matter of fact, one of the white papers I'm working on is talking about after 99.999% empty space. And one of the white papers I'm talking about with working on trash, dumps, is removing using a specific type of energy source to remove the empty space, collapse the empty space in between the atoms of the trash. Now you can have 50 tons of trash be less than a ton if you can remove the empty space. So that's the future of trash management. It's not going to be burning and trying to turn it into gas and all this other kind of crazy stuff. It's going to be just removing the empty space in the atoms, and it's done. So some scientists got 20 people together, and they took them out into a city area, and they said, let's just go for a walk. They didn't tell me exactly what the study was truly about. Just went for a walk for 2 blocks and came back to the laboratory. And they wanted to see what people's minds were picking up subconsciously, because your mind records every single thing. Every person that you saw on your way to this event, every person's clothing or outfit, every car you saw on the way here, every license plate that you didn't realize you saw, all that's stored in your brain. Every single bit of it's in your brain right now, all of it. Every fine, minute detail is inside of your brain right now. So they took the people back and they started asking what did they see. They gave some very mundane answers of people walking, a few cars and offices and some stores. Then they put them under a hypnosis with a real hypnotist. And they started tapping into the subconscious. And people started recalling license plate numbers. They started recalling what they saw in store windows and what kind of jewelry it was. They started recalling conversations that they heard as they were walking down the street, that people were talking just as they walked by. They even noticed buildings and signs of stores that they would never even think of going into, but they knew the names of those stores now, and then they knew the names of the signs on the outside of the building. This was a real scientific study that was done. but it was duplicated several times. And when you duplicate something and the same thing happens, you got to kind of say, this might not be a coincidence. The human brain is really taking up everything. Everything is mind, everything is consciousness. You're downloading information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, non-stop. They really were able to recall all these different aspects of the walk they went on, and they were themselves completely surprised about it. So we're going to talk a lot about the mind today. We're going to talk about the neocortex. You know the movie The Matrix, Neo? Well, they got the name from the neocortex. Okay? And the neocortex is like the new bark or new rind. It's also called the neophallium. It's part of the brain in mammal. It's the outer layer of the cerebral hemispheres and made up of 6 layers, labeled 1 through 6, 6 being the innermost and 1 being outermost. And the neocortex is a part of the cerebral cortex, and it's also sometimes known as the archaeal cortex or cellular cortex. They're cortical parts of the limbic system in humans. But the most important part about this is it's involved in higher functions such as sensory perception, generation of motor command, spatial reasoning, conscious thought, and language. It's not just a name. They call it neo for a reason. Conscious thought is the biggest part of this, spatial reasoning. Understanding the world around you, being able to navigate through this matrix and how it works, and seeing beyond the veil. So we're going to talk about how light equals intelligence. Light is actually intelligent. Not only light, we're going to find something else is intelligent, but it's really going to blow you away. The light definitely is intelligent. This is from physics.org. The first ever photograph of what was a light wave and also then becomes a particle. So light can be a wave, a frequency wave, and once consciousness interacts with it, it can collapse into a particle. And this is the very first photo that was taken of light converting in the middle stages of going from wave to particle. What does that mean? Everything in the third dimension exists as a light wave. First, everything, including your body. Your body is a wave of light, a wave of potential, electromagnetic frequency. That's all you really, your avatar body is. So your subatomic frequency will re-assimilate back to the structure that you recognize as you when consciousness collapses it into that format. When conscious observers, in other words, a person observing you from the outside, or even observing yourself, collapses yourself back into what you recognize as a solid object. Right now, you're not at home. Your home doesn't exist as a solid object. Your home is a wave of light, a wave of potential, with a specific frequency in every block that creates the actual property, the actual structure. When you get back to your house, when you get close to it, it collapses back into your house. Now you say, well, somebody is up the house right now. They see the house. This collapses electromagnetic frequency into solid matter. And we're going to show you this in real science, real peer-reviewed science, in a second here. I'm going to go to Dr. Quadrant.
It ain't really the way it is. And that our senses are playing tricks on us. We just gotta wonder, what is this reality that we find ourselves in? Quantum physics says it's all just waves of information. Do I believe that? I hope so. Yikes! And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness. The infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. When we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out.
So now, there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marble, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. And we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So, they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they can interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. Physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to repeat and see which slit actually works. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. It was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange netherworld of quantum events. What is matter? Bubbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with anything? Yes.
So you see, the act of looking, observation, conscious intervention collapses waves into potential solid objects. This is science fact, not fiction. But when I tell you that your house is an electromagnetic wave of light, when you're not there, that's what it is. If you play a video game, as above, so below never fails. A video game is the exact reproduction of how we live our lives. The next frame appears as you need it in the video game. And as you move forward, the next part of the frame appears, and the next challenge appears, and there's even reincarnation in video games. As soon as you don't learn your lesson and you get killed, you get another life and start all over again. As above, so below never fails. Never. And that's what we're doing. So a human being exists both as solid matter and a wave of light. So you are light. And what do you know about light? What do we know about electrons? They're intelligent. Light has intelligence. Okay? This is something that you really have to understand because this is the fundamental base of getting to the next level. Understanding that every single atom in the body is intelligent. And the reason why that's important is because you have trillions and trillions of atoms in the body that make up your body. Okay? So add that all that consciousness together. It's really incredible the amount of potential that a human being has. Now, word of the week, electromagnetic spectrum. Obviously, you can see here, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, if you guys know of, are the light waves that we normally can see as human beings. Everything else is, we can't see it. We just can't see it. And it's a good thing. Because if you can see everything that was going on in this room right now, it would freak you out. You couldn't handle it. I'm just telling you. If you can see in gamma, you can see in X-ray, you can see in multispectral, ultraviolet, infrared. You see all kind of things happening all around us right now. You'd be like, what? So we've been set up with this limited perception of what we call visible light, which is what you see when you see a rainbow, as light goes through like a fractal that's working off, and the different light rays break off, and these are the only colors that we can actually see. So visible light, the electromagnetic waves of your eyes that your eyes can detect oscillate between 790 terahertz. That's several hundred trillion times a second. The wavelengths are roughly the size of a large virus. So we see nothing that's truly, really going on out here. And like I said, here's gamma rays, you have ultraviolet light, radar. We have this small slither that we're given, that we can get access to. But everything is light. Every atom in your body is made from light. And it even goes deeper than that. This is an image from a very large baseline array that shows the galaxy M33, what it looks like you can see in radio waves. This is the image map of the atomic hydrogen gas in the galaxy and the different colors that match velocities in the gas. Red gas is always moving away and blue is moving towards us. And the reason why I'm showing you radio waves, anybody here ever heard of I Love Lucy? Okay. There's a little show that I'm aging myself. I used to watch it all the time. But those shows are still going through space, traveling through space right now. Those radio waves that created that show or that emanated that show are still traveling through space-time. In some distant future, some alien race is able to decode those radio waves, they can watch I Love Lucy. Okay? So think about that, because that's a very important statement I just made. By the way, I just rotated it just a little bit, and look what happened. I'm just messing with you guys. Caracas Galaxy. Now, it's really amazing that it is in that shape, though. It really, truly is. It's kind of weird. Let's take a look at this video here.
So this research is about alternative ways of storing data, digital data, for archival purposes with DNA.
The initial thought was, I don't care what I'm building, and so why don't we just build Moby Dick or something? I'll just encode it into DNA and just build that, because I don't want to be worried about it becoming.
She and I debated what was in code, what would nicely represent the digital universe, and we wanted something that represents a modern digital. So we used the HTML version of the book that I wrote recently called The Genesis. The HTML form, that's in the web form, it includes images, digital images, includes JavaScript programming language that performs something interactively with a person. As we encoded that to preserve the ones that
That's important, okay? And the reason why that's important is because DNA stores memory. So, it's kind of a long video, but to summarize what he's saying is these scientists discovered that DNA can store digital bits of information. Okay, so they discovered how to use the light codes in DNA to store data. And now, that ebook that he was talking about, they replicated it 80 billion times onto 1 gram of DNA. A gram is a drop in the tip of your finger. So 1 gram of DNA can store 80 billion copies of that book. It can store 433 petabytes of digital data. 0 and 1. And it can be not only downloaded to DNA, but uploaded back to the server again. And they discovered that it's also wireless. So now they realize that DNA sends and receives information wirelessly. When you're picking up this laptop connected to a Wi-Fi signal right now, or I would be able to do this presentation because some of my stuff is linked through the web, right? What is the Wi-Fi frequency? What is Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is light. Light that carries zeros and ones. So this laptop right now is sending waves of light out to a receiver and downloading information from that same receiver back and forth with light waves that are piggybacked zeros and ones on top of it. Okay? Light is the trick here. Light is the secret. Scientists discovered how to turn light into physical matter. It took them it was an 80-year quest. And basically what happened is this Brett'sville University guys got together and they started talking, and Max Planck walked in and they were having a cup of coffee trying to figure out what both talked about in the compendium of the Emerald Tablets there, turning light into solid matter in ancient times, right? So they just figured out how to redo it. They just rediscovered it. And they now, this is business.org, by the way, guys, they now have turned light into solid matter. So everything that the ancients were doing, we're just now rediscovering. But if we could turn light to solid matter, both talked about being able to do it with your own consciousness. You see, this is where I'm going with this. We're doing it technologically and figuring out the basis of how to make it happen. But there's a way that he was able to tap into it with his mind. He manifested blocks to build megalithic structures. He didn't have to go quarry. And this is the level that we are trying to ascend to. Contemporary science tells us that the universe is made up of energy, matter, and light. Those would be what alchemists call sulfur, salt, mercury, and respectively. According to Einstein's equation, equal and squared, energy and matter can be transformed into one another through the constant of light. In alchemy, sulfur and salt are transformed into one another through the intermediary of mercury. It looks like if the little c in Einstein's equation really stood for consciousness instead of light, there would be no difference at all between physics and alchemy. Just that one little tweak will turn you from physics to alchemy. And let's assume that consciousness is light, and in that case, the Emerald Tablets of the 21st century might look something like this. Truly without hype, religious exploitation, or commercial consideration, you can experience higher truth. You are as much part of the material as you are part of the mental, and you are as much part of the mental as you are the material. In order to accomplish miracles of life, and just as all things come from this life, those come through thought, concentration, and consciousness, so do all creative things originate from this life through the transformation of thought. Its father is energy, its mother is matter, its spectrum carries in its belly, its nurse is the earth. It is the origin of all concentration of the whole universe. Its inherent strength is perfected, and it is materialized. Separate from matter, from imagination, subtle from the growth, gently the deepest meditation, the light rises from earth to heaven and returns again to earth, thereby containing within itself the power of both the mental and the material. Thus will you obtain the light of the whole universe. All darkness will be illumined to you. This is the greatest force of all powers because it overcomes every mental thing and penetrates every material thing. It is the way that the universe was created. From this comes many wondrous manifestations because of this formula. Therefore, this deals with three parts of reality and shows the underlying relationship between energy, matter, and light. Now we have completely explained the fountain of consciousness. Okay, so we're going in, guys. This is some deep stuff. Mapping magnetite crystals in the human brain. So how do we download this light information? What's the mechanism, the actual biological technology that's inside of our avatar body that allows this to happen? Mapping the magnetite crystal. We've got magnetite crystals, billions of crystals inside of our brain of magnetite. Now, animals use this all the time to navigate the planet. Birds flock south for the winter. Turtles know how to get back to their nesting grounds, right? Whales navigate the oceans using magnetite crystals. Guess what? We have them too. But we've been disconnected from them. Now, they put human beings, not that we've been disconnected, we've been somehow veiled and put over for us to detect it. They put a human being in an actual laboratory with a magnetic field, very strong magnetic field, and then they put the cap, the electrode, to detect magnetism, and they said, oh, we detected it. Then they would move the field around the room, and no matter where they moved the field, they were detecting that the magnetite crystals were following the field in the brain, human brain. We still have the capability today, but we've been disconnected from it. We've got to regain it by through meditation, through thoughtfulness, through research and investigation, through studying, through all these different things. But this whole expo is about just to get back to where we're supposed to be. Okay, it's a process. When you look at tsunamis that come inland, right, you never see the wild animals dying in the ocean. You never see that, but you always see human beings getting swept away. The animals, good question. She said, why is that? The animals are in human resonant frequency with the earth. They're utilizing their magnetic crystals. They're downloading, uploading information directly from the planet itself because Earth is conscious. And they get warned 2-3 days, sometimes a week in advance before cataclysms happen. And they go to the hills or to the mountains. Human beings, we go right to the water, and then we stand there with the selfie stick and watch it come in, and we go, look! And then boom, we're out of there. I mean, we've really been disconnected, you know. They got us good, man. They probably sit back and laugh, you know, but we have the capability, and to get back in that frequency, to get back in that resonance, to get back in tune with the earth and our inner self and the universal consciousness, it takes some thoughtfulness. To be thoughtful and mindful that it actually does exist, and it's not some mystery, hokey-pokey thing, right? But it's a real thing that does exist in your body. And this is where the magnetic crystals are located. I'm showing you the evidence that this stuff is real and it really exists, so that you can take away the mysticism of it, okay? Here's something that's really interesting as well. The neural correlates of consciousness. The parts of your brain that generate self-awareness. Researchers at the Allen Institute of Brain Science discovered 3 giant neurons. One of them is projected across the cortex like a crown of plumes. I wish I had a whole other show to go into to talk about what these stories are really about, because this is really what it's about. It has nothing to do with the other thing, but that's a whole other show. But this is real. This is real science. This is real science. So between the neural correlates of consciousness, the neocortex, and the magnetite crystals, you now have a technological device anchored to this avatar body that allows you to upload and download information directly from space-time. That's right. Something to get excited about. So when you hear people say, I'm getting a download, sometimes people smirk at them when they walk away. No, they're getting a download. Everybody's getting a download. Anytime you go, I had this great idea for this invention. No, you downloaded it. Yeah. All information, and I mean all information, already exists in space-time. Already exists. What happens is, it exists as what? An electromagnetic frequency of what? Light. And then, your neural correlates, your magnetite crystals, and your consciousness matches a subatomic frequency or subspace frequency of that information, that data packet. And then you actually download it into your body, and if you're lucky, because everybody downloads it probably at the same time, a lot of people, but you discern it, and you're able to then regurgitate it, put action behind it, and bring it into fruition. That's how things happen. That's how things happen. So this entire realm is all about uploads and downloads. So when you hear people say that, you can't laugh at it, think they're crazy, because you're getting the same exact thing. You just didn't realize it before. Yeah. The neuron connects the claustrum, and the claustrum, like the conductor of an orchestra, it coordinates the inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs. This is the technological device we're talking about, which helps to download consciousness. This is coming from biological books and physics books and peer-reviewed science books. I'm not giving you stuff that came from some Hocus Pocus magazine about spirituality. I'm giving you real science here. You're downloading information, and this is the mechanism you use to do it. And this is important to understand, because you can't get into a Merkaba meditation without understanding these tactics. And some people have been able to do it through going to different gurus that can teach you how to do it. Some people are able to get to it right away. Some people take them a very long time. Some people don't really understand why it works, but they follow the guidelines and they've done the basics that we're talking about in the group, and they're able to get into it. I want to show you something that not only will allow you to get into it, but also allow you to pass on to people and explain why it works. So people go, we just need one of those crazy gypsies. I don't know what you're talking about. But if you can explain something scientifically and show source materials and say, no, this is real science, this is not hocus pocus, you might catch somebody's ear. Let's look how powerful and how intelligent light is.
The result of a project by a group of international scientists who were able to bypass the injured parts of the animal's spine.
Because the brain activity is not within you, to stimulate the spinal cord is not really new either, but the association of both and to make the link between the decoding of the brain and the stimulation of the spinal cord and to make this communication exist is completely new.
If you have an injury, the spinal cord messages from the brain aren't able to reach beyond it down the nervous system, resulting in paralysis. Scientists created a brain-spinal interface on a monkey with a paralyzed leg, implanting electrodes onto part of the brain that controlled the limb. The activity and information it recorded showed the movement the monkey intended to make and was sent to a computer.
So, what's being transmitted from the brain? Waves of light, intelligent light, that then get picked up by a receiver below the broken spine and then decoded into the DNA and muscle fibers and told, hey, move this leg. That's the power of your mind. That's the power. You can do this without technological devices. If you have a broken spine, there's gurus that have bypassed being crippled through spinal injury, through thought power, through the power of thought. This is adding a little piece of technology that allows the decoding of the light waves coming from the brain to do that. Every single thought you're thinking right now, every thought you're thinking is generating an electromagnetic wave that's penetrating your skull bone and going out to space-time forever. Every thought that you ever thought since you had conscious thought is in space-time. Every single thought. The Akashic Records, real. The Book of Life, real. Why? Because Stephen Hawking said it best. He discovered that when you go into a black hole, oh, guess what? I made a mistake earlier, guys. Things don't just become destroyed. All information as it enters into the black hole is stored at the rim of the event horizon. So nothing is ever lost. Information can't be destroyed. It can only be transformed. All knowledge, all information that ever has been is always here and always will be here. Nothing is missing. Nothing is gone, void. Nothing has been taken away from the universe. It's all here. So every thought that you think is permanently going out. So the thoughts you think are very powerful because they can affect other people. Because I can be thinking a thought, a negative thought from up here that can then interact with your field, your biofield, and your DNA waves, your port around your body that's operating your Wi-Fi DNA to download my light waves to your body and affect you biologically, physiologically. That's the power. That's how powerful thought can be. And just the opposite. You can walk through a room of people just like this, and you can directly affect every single person in the room with the power of positive thought. Without even saying a word. That's how powerful thoughts are. And, that's why some people walk the room, people say, I can feel the energy. That's real. Like, that's not an imaginary thing. That's truly a real thing. Kal-El, I thought this was very interesting. Kal-El means light god in Hebrew, which is what Superman's name was. So sorry, did. But can brainwaves interfere with radio waves? They don't interfere with radio waves. The reason why I showed this is because it says there that let's see here. The human brain also emits waves. Like when a person focuses her attention on something, remember something, the activity fires thousands of neurons simultaneously at the same frequency, generating a wave. Again, children, this is more physical. It's still generating waves of light coming out of your head. Radio waves, which include radio and other wireless transmission signals, as well as other natural signals of the same frequency, peak through around 50 to 1,000 megahertz. That's between 50 million and 1 billion oscillations per second. So every thought that we have will also oscillate at a specific frequency. So these are what I'm talking about, frequencies matching information in space-time. When you match that frequency of information in space-time, you can download it. It even goes further than that. Quantum walkers, like I'm talking about. Quantum walking is a real term in quantum mechanics. And it's a real term, and how I came so across it, I was doing a walking meditation on the beach in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which I typically do every 2-3 weeks, a 5-mile walk. And this walking meditation, I felt like I phased out of this reality for a minute into another place, where the place was still here, but it was more technologically advanced. I went home and I said, I felt like I quantum walked, and I looked it up, and it's actually a real term in quantum physics. And that's when I started researching quantum walking and how it interacted with Merkaba light meditation, and also how it interacted with what Stone talks about in the animal habits. So as we go so below, we learned in this little cartoon here that electrons are conscious. Because once the electron realized that it was being watched, it decided to act like a particle, right? When it wasn't being washed, it decided to act like a wave. So, as above, so below. So we're talking about looking at the planet. So you see here, you're looking at an orbiting a sun with planets orbiting it. You look at an atom with electrons orbiting it, right? Planets are conscious. As above, so below. Planets are conscious. This planet is conscious. And this planet emits a specific frequency. All planetary frequencies have now been recorded by space agencies. You can actually go online and download the stats of every single planet and every moon in our solar system. And each one has a different frequency. And when you take the sound waves from NASA.gov or European Space, wherever you download it from, they're available, and then put them into an audio program and slow it down a little bit, it sounds like conversation. That's really amazing. It sounds like conversation. But it's really important because your light waves also interact and directly affect the planet as well. And one of the biggest problems, or one of the biggest things that I see with human beings upon this planet is that we're not in a resonant frequency and harmony with the planet itself. In a lot of ways, we've been like a virus on top. You know, we've got to really change that. And we are changing. We're in the process of doing it now. We've got to become more in tune with the planet itself and more respectful of the planet as a sentient being, not the rock that build a house.
The mind is kind of this wild technology. It's a way for you to control things with your mind and have all sorts of new use cases. And I'm here at their offices today to get into the whole thing.
This goes behind your ears, and so you want your ears to be out of the way.
Okay.
And so just
On the brain sound.
and then this goes behind your ears, and you just slide this in.
Okay. So this is my brain right now.
This is your brain right now.
Oh my god,
in real time.
this is wild.
It's really wild. What we're seeing is the localized activity right now and the concentration of activity. So if there's a particular area that there's a huge amount of synchronization and activity, then you'll see it light up. So right now you're seeing a lot of activity there in the frontal and then parietal occipital. So parietal occipital.
I've been watching this.
Yeah. So we can look at facial expressions. So we can tell if you're blinking, you're winking, looking left and right, rolling your eyebrows, raising them in surprise, smiling, clenching your teeth because you might be nervous. So all those things we can detect very, very easily.
Among has been prototyping its wireless EEG technology for the past few years. Even in the research sector, they are now developing a consumer product for market.
Yeah, so this is a really simple use case scenario where the idea is I can just wheel this car to drive forward just like that.
Anything to show the fire?
The way that the detections work is that you show the machine learning algorithms how you think about driving the car.
Yeah.
So right, but I mean, when you actually
But you can see transmitted light waves with telekinesis. These are natural innate abilities that we're supposed to have without technology. This is the disconnected DNA that they're calling junk DNA, which is not really junk. It's real powerful stuff that's still inside of your body right now that needs to be reactivated. Which is why we're here this weekend. A lot of people are getting these reactivations of these ancient memories or finding a way to go into researching, studying, meditation to tap into the abilities that we already have innately inside of our body. Moving things around, I truly do believe that our ancient ancestors, before we became Homo sapiens sapiens, we found the bones all over the planet. I think that they were much smarter than us. I don't think they were dumber, I think they were smarter. And I don't think technologically smarter, I think spiritually smarter. They probably didn't speak with their mouth, they probably had telekinesis, telepathy, all these, they were in tune with the planet, they can receive and send information directly from the earth itself. They were in resonant frequency with everything in nature. And like I said, we're inside, I believe that we're inside of a conscious entity, which we're called the universal consciousness, we're called God, we call it divine Sophia, whatever you want to call it. I believe that this is what we're inside of, and these mechanisms used to generate the illusion of the third dimension is a hologram. Just like your brain projects its own hologram to the illusion of the third dimension. A scientist observing an atom is actually a group of atoms observing itself. What we're doing here, right? I'm just a compilation of atoms that exist since the beginning of what we call third dimensional time. And it's been regrouped into this avatar format. Before it could have been, I could have been a piece of a rock, a piece of a star, you know. But we just keep reformatting. And the beautiful thing about these atoms that are in our body, that make up the fabric of our body, they have memory. Memory can be written directly onto each individual atom now in science laboratories. This is what they're doing now. So now DNA, now we're writing on atoms. Atoms store data. So if atoms store data, imagine how much information is in the body right now. The history of the entire universe is inside of you. So when we tell people that the power is in you, we really mean the power is in you. We talked a little bit about DNA storage. This is an old clip that I used to use, it's 5.5 petabits. They've got it up to 433 petabits now of data on 1 gram. They found that a human body can store 13.5 billion years of data, which ironically is the age of the universe. So the universe literally is inside of you. Literally. This is why human beings are some of the most coveted entities in the universe. Because of our special capability, our storage capacity, our diversity, all the things that make up who we are, and we still haven't truly realized our true full potential yet. The reason why they continue to put up their boots on our necks is because if we ever realized, oh my goodness, we would be creating universes. That's how powerful we truly are. We create universes. And we're working on that now. People are trying to create their own universes in science laboratories through technology. But we literally have the power to be divine creators. The divine source of the spark is inside of every single atom inside of our body. That is about DNA computing. I just want to read this one real quick. Of course, I have to skip a couple of these because you know how it is. Described in the Journal of Nature, physicists working on an IBM researchers working at an IBM research facility in California found that when the holmium atom was placed on a special surface made of magnesium oxide, they naturally oriented themselves with a magnetic north and magnetic south. Why is this important? Because that's how you get zeros and ones. So they discovered that depending on the magnetic field that they interact with an atom, they can get it to spin up or spin down. A spin up will be a 0, spin down will be a 1. And by doing zeros and ones, I can create digital code, which is what's making this computer show you on the screen right now. With the internet runs on zeros and ones, the GPS system runs on zeros, everything's on zeros and ones. All your TV shows are on zeros and ones, everything is zeros and ones. Digital bits of information. Not only that, Professor James F. Gates, reference to the symmetry and theoretical physics, discovered that space-time, the ether of space-time, runs off of something called a Dinkel code, which was discovered by the Dogon tribe in Mali, Africa, thousands and thousands of years ago. You picked it in artwork, and you take them and turn them into three-dimensional structures, you discover that they're error-correcting codes. The same exact codes that Professor Gates discovered are the same ones that run searches in browsers and websites. So the ether of space-time that we're living in runs off of the same technology or the same programming code that runs websites and servers. That's what we're living in, guys, a program. We're living in a program. So brain scans can reveal your conscious decisions 7 seconds before you decide. Some people have talked about this, heard me talk about this years ago. So they put some people in the room, and then they put the cap on their head to read the light waves coming out of their skulls. And they were showing images 10 seconds apart, right? And so they would show a bed of roses, 10 seconds later they would show a woman hugging a baby, 10 seconds later, somebody getting stabbed. 10 seconds later, maybe somebody getting ran over by a car. Just horrific scenes and like serene scenes. And what they were trying to do was discover, map the human brain, what the brain lights up like, what it looks like lit up for specific feelings and emotions, right? What started happening was, up to 7 seconds before the next image even showed up, the brain was transmitting to the computer what the next image was going to be, horrific or serene. So then they said, wait a minute, this is an accident, we weren't even looking for this. And they started doing it over and over again, duplicating this experiment, and found that it happens no matter how many times you do it. There's always this buildup of advanced knowledge before the thing actually happens. What does that mean? We're not living in real time. We're living in the third dimension, the third density. It takes time for the constant stream of information to funnel through multiple dimensions, because we're multi-dimensional beings, until it hits the third dimension, avatar body, and you get deciphered and discerned into what's going on. There's a delay process in that. Just like if I turn on direct TV satellite on one TV and I put on cable on the other, the cable's going to be more current, the direct TV is going to be delayed because it's too much to go to space and then come back. Okay, that's what that is. So that's what's happening. Right now, you're not seeing me in real time. You're looking at me as I was, alright? Because it takes time for a photon to bounce off me, hit your retina, go to the back of your brain, get deciphered, you can project an image of what I look like. But by the time that happens, I'm already moving. So you're not seeing me in real time either. Nothing is in real time. So this is where discernment is extremely important in your life, because you need to be able to discern future events before they happen, that they're cut, that things are getting ready to happen, so that you can make the adjustments and navigate through this matrix. Otherwise, you're going to consistently get caught up in things, and get blindsided over and over again, and not be able to detect things before they actually happen. You've got to get ahead of that time wave. So, we talked about the fact that light is conscious. We talked about the fact that electrons are conscious. Everything is really conscious. Your body is made of light. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Merkaba now that we have a basic understanding. The Merkaba, also spelled Merkaba, translates literally to light, spirit, body. The Merkaba symbol is a shape made from two intersecting tetrahedrons that spin in opposite directions, or counter-rotating directions, creating a three-dimensional energy field. This is around the human body. And this is literally a vehicle of ascension. There are gurus that can travel the universe, including Sophie Atlantean, can travel throughout the universe using the Merkaba. So went to many planets. He said, I traveled to many worlds, watching civilizations rise and fall, using his Merkaba light detector. So it's a counter-rotating tetrahedron is what we're looking at here. So these two triangles, these two pyramids, and that basic shape around the edge of the body is like your torus energy field. And those points intersect with the most powerful points of the energy field of Ka and the Ba. Those are the super hyperactive energy points within the Merkaba. So I know that some of you have seen this before. I got him. Nowadays, now. This is a representation of being born again. Being born again has nothing to do with some of what these religious stories is about, the elevation of consciousness. You transfer from the fake, illusionary world into the real world through consciousness. You realize and understanding that what he was involved in was an illusion. Now you open up in the real world. Another thing that people will say is, why would machines want to use human beings as an energy source, right? Well, every single cell in your body is at 0.07 millivolts of electricity. And you have 35 billion cells. Multiply that, you're at 2.65 or so trillion volts of electricity in your one body. You're a walking nuclear explosion. Literally. Every single one of us. This is where the Qigong energy comes from. This is where Reiki healing energy comes from. It's extracted directly from the cells in your body. It's not mysticism, it ain't magic and all focus. No, it's real. When you understand how to tap into the energy meridians in your body and extract the energy directly from the cells in your body and focus them, you now have healing power. This is where Jesus went when he left out of the scriptures. His name is Yeshua, not Jesus. Jesus being failed Jews. When he left out of the scriptures, he went to Egypt to learn mystic art. To learn the mystery school. And then he went to Tibet to learn Reiki healing with his hands. And then he went to India to learn the mystic art. And this is in the Gospel of the Holy 12. It's a real person that really did exist. Not a mystical person. A real person really did exist and really had this capability through understanding how the body works. So let's get into a little bit more about this. So now the Merkaba is fundamentally based off of the seed of life. That's the fundamental base. This is where it begins. This seed of life structure, which is 6 circles with a 7th. Okay, so you have one circle in the middle with 6 circles around that creates the seed of life. And this is a really important structure because this is the fundamental basis of reality. As a matter of fact, this structure is in the base of your spine right now. From the time that you were basically had mitosis and generated these first 7 cells, they're still there. Everything else is divided out from there. But this fundamental base of these cells is still there. This is the cross-section of DNA. So Africa or below, no matter how low you go, I'll as you go into this realm, you're going to discover the similarities that we're in a fractal holographic universe. And in the hologram, you take a small piece out. That smallest piece you took out is going to have a picture of the entire hologram in it. The only thing you do is you look at the resolution. Okay? This is important. This is part of the Merkaba. This is, cell division through mitosis. And you can see how we get all the way to the flower of life and develop life form from this.
This pattern is the most balanced and optimally formed for 8 spheres existing in direct connection with each other. The reason why it is called the egg of life is because nature uses this form in the embryonic creation process with every single living organism on this planet, with no exception.
Okay, with no exception. This is the symbol etched into the stone at the Assyrian temple, as I told you earlier. They knew about this eons ago. Of course, that's me walking into the temple there.
Here we are at one of the world's oldest sacred sites, the Osirian Temple at Abydos, Egypt.
Very little writing is found in the Zion Temple. However, there is one very significant piece of information in that temple. It is a very faint but clear and precise drawing. It's not etched into the rock, it's not carved, it's burned into the atomic structure of the rock in some extraordinary way.
So the ancients had access to this information. So now we're going to talk about Metatron speed. Now we're going from the seed to Metatron speed as we build up into where we get into the Merkaba.
There is a fascinating aspect of sacred geometry known as Metatron's cube. And this is what it looks like. I've been making mandalas based on this archetype for a really long time, over 20 years. Thinking about it, contemplating it, meditating on it, just listening to it all these years. So the first question is, who is this guy, Metatron? Who's this being known as Metatron? Where did he come from? If you investigate, you find that Metatron was an archangel who was mentioned in Islamic, Judaic, and Christian mythologies, medieval mythologies. He was considered to be the scribe of God. So this would make the archangel Metatron the equivalent of the ancient Egyptian scribe of the gods known as Thoth, Hermes. Now, according to legend, a scribe of God would understand the root principles of creation, which are almost always associated with sacred geometry. In fact, the archangel Metatron is many times pictured with or holding a cube. So that's a little bit about Metatron, the guide. But the graphic known as Metatron's cube didn't show up till later, when a medieval Italian mathematician named Leonardo Pisano discovered it. So the next question is, why and how did Leonardo come to call this particular graphic Metatron's cube? Beautifully illustrates as a Metatron's cube create. It's very easy to get a perfect blueprint of both the dodecahedron and the icosahedron. This is really significant, and this makes Metatron's cube actually work as a perfect blueprint.
What I want to show you here, you see that dodecahedron there over his head? Inside of the Metatron cube, you get this form called the vector equilibrium. And so the vector equilibrium is the source of unparalleled power. This is the energy source for the Merkaba. This is tough kind of get you, but we don't have time. So inside the Merkaba is this particular form, and this form is literally the source for zero-point energy. Not only zero-point energy, where we can literally power anything without plugging anything in, but also it's a form of spiritual energy that can transmit your body to anywhere in the galaxy, anywhere in the universe. Through Metatron's cube, through this technology, tapping into this vector equilibrium, you can literally create portals and wormholes in space-time. Of course, with some of these ancient sages like both the Atlanteans, where he talks about going through the rule and opening up these portals and going through these gates. The gates that you're talking about in other religious texts aren't purely gates to go into this golden, plated heaven thing. It's really the gates to those gates, stargates is what they're talking about. If you look at the text where a lot of that stuff came from, you find it talking about stargates. This is what I'm talking about on Monday, stargates and portals. And I'm going to show stargates and portals not only on Earth, but also even on other planets in our solar system based off of official NASA images and European Space Agency images. So, it's unfortunate we're running out of this time, but we're about to get all the way to the end of this thing. But these are all the same thing. So you have the Taurus energy field, the Sri Yantra, the Merkaba, and the Aura. They're all the same thing. All of these are the same exact energy field. And how do you get into the Merkaba? I'm going to wrap it up now, guys, because we're running out of time here. So to get into the Merkaba, the first thing that you have to do is you have to be eat right, and this is important. Now, some people don't want to hear this, but when you're talking about creating an energetic body, it requires energetic food. Okay? I'm not saying you need to be a vegan and all this other stuff. What I'm saying is if you're trying to focus on Merkaba meditation, which is a Merkaba meditation that you can look up, you can go to Google and type in Merkaba meditation, there's a lot of them that will pop up. You can go to forbiddenlaws.com, there's another forum, there's a Merkaba meditation on our website, you can watch it for free, and you can get a lot of information here as well. But eating right is very important because you have to eat energetic food, which means plant-based diet. So if you're in the process of working on Merkaba meditation, focus on a plant-based diet for that time period. I'm not saying you got to wipe it out of your body forever, meat or whatever, but for that time period, focus on energetic food. Focus then also on unconditional love. In order to get to a Merkaba meditation, you need to be in a mind state of unconditional love, because unless you're in the mind state of unconditional love, you're not at the right frequency. The 528 hertz love frequency is the frequency that will give you the capability of getting into the right mind state in the meditation to then see the Merkaba. And what happens is you'll see this video on my website. It's going to show you the meditation. And during the process of the meditation, you're going to envision yourself standing outside of the Merkaba. Even though it's part of you, you're going to see it from another perspective. You're going to see two counter-rotating tetrahedrons. Once you get about 15 minutes into the meditation, you're going to step inside of it. And then you're going to allow it to just take you. And why will it take you? Because the frequency in the video is at 936 hertz, which generates movement. And that movement is going to take you places. And you have to let yourself go and go with the meditation. But now you understand why it works. It's working because everything is light, and your consciousness is light, every thought is light. And those light waves create the Merkaba, those light waves create the reality, those light waves create everything around you, including the entire universe. Right? I'll be outside selling that book. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys' time.
I'm Barbara Mark Hubbard. Welcome to our Crisis in Rebirth. It's hard to realize in evolution that crisis is always an evolutionary driver. Before something new happens, the system almost totally breaks down. And that breakthrough is a signal that it's allowing something new to break through. So what we're discovering right now is we are facing one of the greatest crises we've ever faced, because we can see it could, with climate change and mass extinction, go down to true devolution. But if you have evolutionary eyes, you notice that things are breaking through all over, and that in one small instant of time, if we say yes to what's breaking through, we would find ourselves at the next stage of evolution. Recently, we have been able to get a bird's eye view on the whole evolutionary story. So there's the Big Bang, the quarks and the electrons and the protons. And then here's the trajectory that we have discovered. Nature has formed single cells. And out of those single cells, nature has formed multicellular organisms. And out of those multicellular organisms have come animals and creatures of all kinds. And out of that has come early humans of many kinds. And out of that has come Homo sapiens sapiens. Do you suppose that we're all that nature can do and that it ends here with us? The answer is it's not ending here with us. Something new is being born through us that we're going to be discovering. And it's in the same direction as evolution has been going. That is to say, evolution goes toward greater consciousness, single cells to multi-cells to animal. It goes to greater freedom, as each more complex system is freer than the one before. And it goes to more complex and loving connectivity. As, for example, a multi-cell and a human, and then a planetary human is more complex than the single cell. So what we learn from this story is the trajectory of evolution, and as we start protecting ourselves beyond Homo sapiens sapiens, we can imagine that we are being able to have more consciousness, more freedom of choice, and more complex and loving order with each other. And the beauty of that is it's desirable, because almost all of us would choose more consciousness, more freedom, and more love than not. So as we begin to learn the story and feel the crisis that could break us down, instead of being depressed and distressed, we say, oh, what's breaking through in me, in you, in us, and in the planet, and then we find it. Well, we're having such an obvious breakdown now. Let's say climate change is a serious breakdown. Species extinction is another terrible breakdown. And both of them could destroy all of life. So they're not superficial. But it is also true, as the environment is breaking down, also we're learning how to heal it. We're learning how to transform it. We're learning how to preserve it. And environments always are breaking down. But what's good now is that we're able to preserve, protect, and actually create new sources of environment through our tremendous capabilities, greenhouses, and in actual plantings and caring. We have had 5 mass extinctions, it is said, before we got here. And that has been from looking at the evolutionary record as it has been able to discover this. And one interesting point from this is nature is not interested in protecting species. Nature seems to be interested in protecting purpose. And since the purpose has been for more consciousness, more freedom, and more complex order, out of those 5 mass extinctions of all the creatures that have died, there has been continuing a progression toward more consciousness, more freedom, and more order. So here we are, Homo sapiens sapiens, at the possible 6th mass extinction that could lead to the destruction of all of life on this earth, caused in part by us. But at the same time, if we know this story, that nature uses mass extinctions to create more consciousness, more freedom, and more complex order for some 13.7 billion years, then you say, what is there in me and us that could be more conscious, that could offer more freedom, and that is yearning for more complex order and love, and we're going to find it. For example, it's obvious that we have more consciousness now than ever did before. We have the internet, we have our cell phones, we have a continuous connection on a global scale, never touched before. Our production systems are linked, our communication systems are linked, our environmental systems are linked. We are all linked. Nature is doing it again, and now we notice that. So that's one of the things, is that we have recognized that our crisis is proceeding into a direction of more connectivity. there's no doubt that we're freer. I mean, I think I'm 88 years old, and I'm amazingly free from moving. And part of it has to do with health, and part of it has to do with purpose, and part of it has to do with simply longevity is increasing. And if you're looking really ahead, you'll hear that longevity will increase rapidly. And there are some people who are in their 30s who say, well, you may not really have to die on time at all, because they're discovering more. And that goes to longevity, that goes to health, that goes to consciousness. It's an enormous blossoming of capabilities. So in the sixth mass extinction, the first species to know it could make itself extinct can be the first species to know it can self-evolve. And what we're doing here in the evolution of evolution is saying, how can we choose to use this crisis as a driver for more consciousness, more freedom, more loving order, more consciousness, and we will find it to do it. So we're the very first species that could say, yes, I'm going to move toward evolution. And if you do that in your own life, you're going to begin to feel you have more desire for more love, more freedom, and more order, and you can say yes to it. And you can put yourself in your species, in your colleague, and say, together we have greater consciousness, freedom, and order than you've ever had, and you become what I call an agent for conscious evolution. And this is a most important type, because while people are complaining and afraid and in fear, you're the one who's saying, look, we've been through this
The
before.
only thing that I don't
Now
like
we
about
know
Coast to
how to
Coast
do it.
Dog is I
And
want
we
to
have
see,
these
like,
capabilities,
I want to see
and
these
when we
motherfuckers, you know, like, and I want to hear, like, if they say, like, oh
discover
yeah, well, you know, this one
capacity
video
for more
shows,
life,
I want to
more
be able to
freedom,
see that
more
shit.
Yeah.
order. In a traditional
Exactly.
spiritual sense, you know what you can say is evolution is good. It's not kind, but it's good if you like more consciousness, more freedom, and more order. And so I want to say that it seems to be indicating to every one of us that there's more that we can do. The origins of the Big Bang, the mystery. Nobody knows really what happened. Out of nothing at all comes everything, potentially, that is. And then as it starts moving beyond the original protons,